Clerk will call the roll.
Glenn Whitley, County Judge.
Here.
Roy Charles Brooks, Commissioner Precinct 1.
Present.
Devin Allen, Commissioner Precinct 2.
Here.
Gary Bickens, Commissioner Precinct 3.
Here.
J.D. Johnson, Commissioner Precinct 4.
Here.
Constitutes the quorum.
Thank you. Our invocation today will be delivered by Frank Ledke from Tarrant County. After the invocation, please remain standing for our pledges. Thank you for coming out today.
Yes, sir. Shall we pray? Father, you say in the book of James, chapter 1, that if any man lacks wisdom, let him ask of you, who gives to all men liberally. So, Father, we ask for that today. We ask that you would guide Judge Whitley as well as the commissioners and decisions that are taken. We pray, Lord, that it would be the best decision, not the good decision, but the best. So we pray you would guide them and give them wisdom. Lord, we thank you for the folks that are here today, and we thank you that we live in a country as we do. We pray also, Father, for those police officers who are out doing their duty, the law enforcers. Lord, we thank you for them. Lord, it seems like every day we hear of a tragic case, and we pray, Lord, that you would protect our officers as well as those in Tarrant County. So, Lord, we ask again for your help and your guidance. And we pray that you continue to bless this great country of ours. We pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. On the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
First, I would like to thank everybody who's come out today. I think this is an opportunity for us to hear discussion about the issue. I will at the same time say that we've been, for the last 2 months, having folks come and to make comments, and everything's been very respectful. And I plan on it continuing to be respectful today, and that we have civil dialogue, and that there won't be outbursts from either side as we go through this process. Again, we've had what I think to be very respectful discussions, and I want that to continue. I know that the sheriff, would you like, I've talked with the sheriff and asked him to make a few comments also.
Be honored, thank you, Judge. It's what an exciting time that democracy is in work. And I want you to know that there are several deputies in and about, but they're here to make sure that that safe environment and that luxury of freedom is used to have that great civil discourse. So everyone's freedoms are well protected. They're not here for any other reason than to make sure that you have an opportunity to have civil discourse, and that we have it civil, and that we can agree to disagree where we want to, and we can still be passionate about what we need to be passionate about. But we want to make sure that your rights and your freedoms are protected, and that's what their job is today. They're apolitical. They will give their last breath to make sure that you have the rights that you have. Thank you.
So what we're going to do is we're going to conduct some business. We're going to move the briefing item up at some point during the discussion today. And at that point in time, the folks who have asked to speak will be allowed to, as we've said before, and as it again has been adhered to and has been done in a very respectful manner. We ask that the conversations and that your discussions be limited to 3 minutes. And we just going to ask that happen. I would also suggest and hope that if you see someone who is making exactly the same argument you're going to make, that we don't end up just continuing to do that. At last count, we have 38 people who are wishing to speak, 28 people who are saying they're not wanting to speak, but they'll have taken a position on the issue, and there are continuing to be more coming in. So again, we're going to be here and we're going to listen, but again, And what we want is we want to have civil dialogue. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate you being here and taking the opportunity to take time out of your day to come and for us to discuss the issues. And I wished it happened more often, but I want it to be, again, in a very civil way, and that we respect each and every person who has taken time out of their day to come and to speak. So we're going to go through that process, and we'll begin it now. And Mr. Manius, if you have announcements that you would like to make, please do so.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Members of the court, several things. First of all, as the judge said, we're going to take things slightly out of order. Since we have proclamations and resolutions which are for ratification only, we'll be doing those very quickly. When it comes to the administrator section, we're only going to do one of those before we go into the briefing item, and that's item number 3, which is a tax abatement agreement with Benny Keith. We have some representatives here today, so we'll move that up on our point. We'll come back and do the other two after we conclude the briefing. Just one other comment, Your Honor, is that today at 2 o'clock, the IT Steering Committee meeting is going to be in the Family Law Center. Thank you, Your Honor.
Assuming that we're done here.
Yes, sir.
Court members, you have before you the regular minutes, or the minutes of our regular meeting of June the 4th.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. We have a couple of proclamations or resolutions. Commissioner Brooks.
I have a memorial resolution in honor of Mel Newman, who, among other things, served as mayor of the city of Mansfield. It's for ratification only. I move its approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Commissioner Allen.
I have a resolution recognizing Grand Prairie Juneteenth celebration. They will be having a parade and a celebration this coming Saturday. So with that, I move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Court members, you have before you our consent agenda.
Move for approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Ms. McMillan is going to present item number 3.
Okay.
Judge, Commissioners, good morning.
Good morning.
Last week we brought before you a proposed request from Benny Keith for the expansion of tax abatement on the expansion of its Fort Worth food service operations by adding approximately 185,000 square feet to the facility with an investment of at least $29 million. They currently employ 855 full-time jobs at the site, and a minimum of 283 new full-time jobs will be added over the 5-year period after the completion of the expansion. As we discussed last week, the City of Fort Worth has approved a 7-year tax abatement, providing up to 50% abatement on the new value. Before you, you have a tax abatement agreement for the county, which provides participation in the tax abatement for 7 years also at a rate of 50%. The hospital district tax abatement is not included in this agreement. Over the 7-year period, we are estimating that based on the $29 million investment and our current tax rate, that the abatement could be approximately $238,000 from the county over that 7-year period. The agreement you have before you has been approved by the, as to form by the DA's office. So today we're asking that you approve the resolution and tax abatement agreement providing for Tarrant County participation with the City of Fort Worth in the abatement of ad valorem taxes on the eligible real and personal property improvements made by Benny Keith Company for expansion of its office and warehouse facilities at 7600 and 7650 Will Rogers Boulevard, Fort Worth, for a period of 7 years at a maximum abatement percentage of 50% as set forth within the attached agreement, and authorize the county judge to execute the agreement.
Your Honor, as I stated last week, I believe our economic development policy ought to be aimed certainly at attracting new businesses to our county, but also it should be aimed toward the retention and growing in place of existing businesses in our county. Benny Keith is a legacy company. They've been here for 100 years at least. We want them to continue to be in Tarrant County and to expand and grow as Tarrant County grows. Therefore, I move approval of the resolution.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McMillan.
Your Honor, if we could now go to the briefing item. This will be the first item, item A, under briefing. This will be item 11A.
Good morning, Your Honor, in court is, I've asked our Chief of Staff, Chief McClellan, is going to go through a quick PowerPoint, and then I'll come up and close with a few comments if that pleases the court. Thank you.
Judge, Commissioners, thank you for being here. I am going to go through the PowerPoint, and then the Sheriff, like he said, is going to come up and talk a little bit, and then we'll both be available for questions from that standpoint. This is a briefing on the 287G program, a brief outline of what our program does from the standpoint and what it is and the model we use. We actually partnered with the federal government in 2017 through this court approval to basically have our officers trained and operate inside the brick and mortar of the jail. The model that we use is the jail model. So we only look at immigration status inside the jail after they've gone through our booking process from that standpoint. This is our team. A couple of you asked for demographics with regards to our team that are 287G certified. That's 9 of the 10 people right there. We have 9 women, 1 male, 4 white, 3 black, and 3 Hispanics from that standpoint are the group that volunteered to be part of this group. I'd like to go through some myths that we've heard or misconceptions from around the country in other departments compared to what we have here. So we've heard this quote several times under the MOA that we bear the entire cost for training and travel, including all of the initial training and the refresher training courses. Well, in reality, to date, Tarrant County has spent $0 for training. It's been paid for by the federal government, the entire amount. To date, we have spent $0 for housing while people are at training. We spent $0 for travel to and from, airfare-wise, for training. We've spent $0 for food while our officers are being trained by the federal government. You might ask how that's possible. If you look at the agreement, there a lot of people are quoting from the first paragraph of Section 9. The second paragraph of Section 9 outlines that if the federal government deems that it's in their best interest for this training to occur, they pick up the tab for those things. And to date, they have deemed every part of that training is in their best interests. So they have paid for all of that training from that standpoint. People are being held for weeks and months. We had several questions with regard to what is the amount of time we can hold somebody. Well, the reality for us is on average, somebody on an ICE hold after they've served their charges with us and they're ready to be released is in our custody for an additional 12 to 16 hours. ICE picks up 7 days a week from our jail. That's the reality of it. They're not staying 48 hours. They're not staying past 48 hours. If somebody was in our jail and on a hold and they hit the 48-hour mark, they would be released if ICE did not pick them up, plain and simple, from that standpoint. Jurisdictions have spent $675 million to $1.3 million, large amounts of money. Well, here's what we've spent so far on salaries. 1/10 of 1% this year. Less than 1/10 of 1%. The actual percentage is 0.0387% of our salaries is spent on immigration enforcement in our 287G program. When we look at Those officers, they volunteered for the program. They don't work the stations full-time. They work it when we need it to be worked. It's part of their duties from that standpoint. I'm not sure how other counties are doing it and where they're getting those numbers from, but they're welcome to come look at our county and see how we do business here from that standpoint. The additional costs that we've had over the last 2 years, we've used 27 boxes of paper. It's broken down right there to a total of $642.60 for a 2-year period, or $26.78 a month. We average the meals from the standpoint that we pay $1.13 a meal, and we looked at the last 4 to 5 months of actual people that were in our during a hold, and some of them don't get meals because they get picked up so quickly. Some of them are going to get a meal from that standpoint. So we actually used a factor of 1.25 because some people might get 2 meals. And if we take that for that period, it's $141.25 for that 4 to 5 month period. 28 hours of overtime. We have used 28 hours of overtime the last 2 years, and that was actually, we had delays in airfare for people coming back from training, and we pay people during the travel periods. So they put in overtime just like they're supposed to, and we paid them for that. So we spent a total of $1,037 on overtime for this department. I believe the questions I submitted had a different number. This is the exact number, the 2471. There was a typo in the math for the additional questions I had given you from the first part. That's a grand total of $1,821.67. Or if we look at the amount of money that it took us hourly rate to gather all this information, we spent more money in salary getting this information for this presentation than we did actually working the 287G program. People have brought up our budget and how it's risen from that standpoint. It's risen over $10 million in the last 2 years from that standpoint, and it has. It's not based on 287G. It's based on the fact that our jail population since 2016 has increased by almost 800 inmates. Our jail population is up right now. We understand that. If you took an average of $73 a day to house a prisoner times 800, that's $58,000 a day. If you look at that over 1 year, that's $21 million. So the fact that our budget's gone up with $10 million, we would say we're trying to do more with less from that standpoint, just like you've asked us to do. And we're being good conservatives of our money. We have received $0 for SCAP program. Well, for 2018, we have not been reimbursed for SCAP. That is correct. SCAP is the State Criminal Alien Assistance Program. It basically reimburses states and local counties for the time that criminal aliens are housed in their jail on charges. They're going to be serving with us because we have charges pending against them, or they've been convicted of charges from that standpoint. That is the time frame that the SCAP would be looked at for reimbursement from us. I believe the total for 2018 is a little over $530,000 from that standpoint. I don't have the exact number, but that's the number that we have asked to be reimbursed by the federal government for that standpoint. You're spreading fear and scaring the community. Let me be honest. This is a hot button issue. There's passionate feelings on both sides of this topic. We understand that and we respect that tremendously from the standpoint that if you're a victim of a crime, we are not going to look at your immigration status. We've said that over and over. Our job in the public is to protect and serve, period. The stress that's put on a victim of a crime is immense, and we consider that when we work a case because they're calling us for help, and that's our job to help them from that standpoint. If you're a witness to a crime, we need them to be brave and step forward. We do not look at any type of immigration status for a witness of a crime from that standpoint. They're outside the jail. We don't consider that. Our job is to comfort them and do our role to get information that will help solve a crime. Somebody comes and visits our jail. We've met countless times with different groups that are anti-287G. We've listened to them. We've talked to them. One of the concerns that they brought forward was a rumor that we're checking immigration status at the jail. We worked with them to put out a policy to show publicly these are the types of identifications that we will accept as picture form identifications, and made sure that everyone understood we do not look at immigration status if you're coming to visit somebody in our jail. We do not do that. We won't. And we've cleared that rumor up, or at least I hope we have from that standpoint. We do not look at Class C misdemeanors. We will not place a hold. Tarrant County Sheriff's Office, the 287G program, will not place a hold on anyone that comes in our jail that has a Class C misdemeanor. That's something that our sheriff said he wouldn't do, and we have done that. We do not look at Class C misdemeanors. We scan Class B and above, and we are looking at everyone that has high misdemeanors or felonies from that standpoint if there's a question about their country of origin. We have talked to everyone that will listen to us from that standpoint. We are willing to go anywhere and meet with and talk to anyone that has questions. We've offered tours in our jail. We've offered to come speak, and we are willing to do that any day, any time from that standpoint to get the word out that this is only in the jail. We're looking for repeat felons, repeat misdemeanors, major felony issues, people that need to be locked away. We understand that a majority of the people in our jail are going to be neighbors to us at some point, and we try and treat every single person with respect. But when you're looking at crimes that are committed by somebody who's not here, we have to consider that as well, because that's federal law. So let's look at what's really happening with the 287G program from the standpoint that when you come into our jail, we go through the booking process, and then you're going to get reviewed if you have a Class A or B misdemeanor and there's any question to your legal status. You're going to get reviewed on a felony, Class A or Class B misdemeanor. And if there is an issue with regard to a question of your country of origin and whether or not you're not here legally, then we're going to place a hold on that person. And then they're going to get turned over to immigration for further investigation. Yes, sir.
Let me, and I don't mean to interrupt.
No, by all means. Go ahead, sir.
Define what a Class A or Class B misdemeanor is in general terms.
Well, I mean, Class A misdemeanors are going to be multiple DWIs, two-time DWI or more. Well, three-time would be a felony from that standpoint. What are some of the other misdemeanors from that standpoint? Unlawful carry of a firearm, assault. Some of those are going to be what you're looking at with regards to a Class A misdemeanor. The felonies are going to be more along the lines of aggravated assault, family violence, things like that.
What are the Bs? The Bs are the level that kind of...
You know, I'm going to actually let Sheriff Wayburn speak to that from that standpoint, because he's going to have a better grasp of the actual Class B misdemeanors that we're looking at. Just to clarify that one. I don't want to speak and list something that's incorrect. But if you're arrested on a Class C misdemeanor, driving without a driver's license, lack of insurance, any of those type of things, we don't look at those from that standpoint. Okay? Judge, a perfect example is somebody you brought up to us with a CID number yesterday. They had come into our jail in 2015 on a charge, and they did not have a hold placed on them. They were here illegally. They slipped through the cracks from that standpoint. They came back in 2017, and they didn't slip through the cracks. They had a hold placed on them. And the judge's comment was, well, they were also in our jail as of yesterday. They came back in 2019. Every 2 years, it seems like he wanted to pay us a visit. Well, the process worked on that person, because when we dug into that person, ICE picked them up and took them to Dallas, and a judge, he had his day in court, and the judge decided that he was going to grant him lawful alien permanent residency status. And he was let back out with a lawful identification. When he came in 2019, he had a driver's license, he had a Social Security card, he had proof that he was here legally. And his charges, we processed them and treated him just like anyone that came through our jail, and we did not place a hold on him because he was now in the country legally from that standpoint. And he actually bonded out yesterday and went back into society from that standpoint. So the process is proving to work from that standpoint. A lot of people ask us what the charges were. Currently, we have a little over 250 people with holds. This is the most recent list we pulled. With regard to, that's 11 homicide. It's not one. There's an extra number down there. Aggravated assault, sexual assault of a child, kidnapping, DWI, drugs, narcotics, stalking. These are all charges that they currently have pending against them with regards to immigration holds. The list continues. Resisting arrest, possession of child pornography, interfering with emergency calls, harassment. All of those are charges. Now, this shouldn't say charges. This should say convictions from the standpoint. When we looked at our actual 287G holds, we went through and looked at their previous records, and all of these people had previous charges, 13-time DWIs. That was one person. And they'd slip through the cracks countless times. They'd come in and out of jails countless times. And no one had looked at their immigration status, and they're going back out and committing more crimes. Those are the people that are slipping through the cracks. Well, they're not now in our jail. They're being interviewed. If there's a question, they're having holds placed on them so they don't get let back out to commit further crimes. I think the actual percentage is right at 70% recidivism rate out of the 250 holds we have right now. 70% of those had other charges that if they had been caught when they came through a jail, they would not have been back out on the street to commit further crime. No one's slipping through the cracks anymore from that standpoint, or at least as best we can from that straight. The 287G, we feel that this program is making our streets safer. We feel that it's making it safer for the residents of Tarrant County from that standpoint. We feel that it is a valuable tool and it's worth continuing. I'm going to ask the sheriff to come up and he's going to give a few words from that standpoint, and then we'll be available for questions.
Thank you, David. Thank you, court, once again. Before I start, Judge, if I may just also remind the court that last Friday was into watch for A.J. Castaneda. And A.J. was a Grand Prairie officer killed in the line of duty, but prior to his service there, he served Tarrant County citizens from 07 to 2013. And he wanted to go back home to his hometown in Grand Prairie and patrol his community over there, and we lost him last Friday. And we will participate in that memorial service on Thursday. And actually, the court, and a lot of people there that day, but he was one of the greeting officers at our groundbreaking and our memorial.
Is that right?
Yes, sir. So AJ was there with us. God love him. I appreciate David presenting some of the facts and some of the things like that. I also, I was here last week when I heard some testimony, some courageous testimony from the floor, and one young lady describing some horrific incidents where she was picked up by law enforcement and her children suffered because of it. My heart breaks every time that a child is in that predicament. And anybody that knows me knows that I advocate for those children. And and I'm sure it was awful. But one of the things that I did hear loud and clear, unfortunately, it wasn't in Tarrant County that occurred. We heard stats from across the country that including from the East Coast and from the West Coast, and some of those things had nothing to do with Tarrant County. I wanted to just give you some history of where 287G came from and why I brought it here, and I take full responsibility for that. 287G program started by the Clinton administration in the 90s because of the criminal illegal alien issue. It was carried on by the Bush administration and then by the Obama administration, and then it's also carried on by the present day administration. Under President Obama, he had guidelines that I had researched when I was running for office, and his administration was a proponent of high misdemeanors, Class Bs and above, being deported or being turned over to ICE under the 287G program. And we've actually adopted that doctrine during the campaign, and that's what I spoke on. So promise made and promise kept. Is that, I want to tell you that Tarrant County Sheriff's Office and Bill Wayburn in particular, I'm absolutely pro legal immigration. In fact, some of our command staffs are immigrants from other countries. Some of the important cogs in our wheels that fill the rank of lieutenant and administrative aides are immigrants in our organization. And I think that is an outstanding and wonderful thing. But we do want bad actors to get out of our country. And in this case, where we hold these people is that 70%, as you heard, were repeat offenders. Many of them multiple repeat offenders. And one of the things that goes on, I know that there's some things happening down at the border, and I know that the country is divided over those things. And, I wish that probably the 5 of us or 6 of us could get in the room and we could have a pretty good solution by mid-afternoon. And but getting those people east of us to adopt it may be a different thing. But what we're doing here is trying to do the best I can with what I have. And, you know, when Winston Churchill was concerned about Germans invading England, as we celebrated D-Day just recently, is one of the quotes that he had is he said, you got to do what you can where you're at. What you can where you're at with the best you can. And I feel it's an oath issue. And with 70% of those averaged being repeat offenders, and many of those people that are being held today have been through Tarrant County Jail before and never was connected. But I'd also say that firsthand during the 287G process that I have personally witnessed, boots on the ground, and I'm talking about federal agents as well as local officers, having complete compassion and giving assistance to those that were flying from other countries that were here illegally, but trying to find solutions for them. But I've also witnessed that in the hall of our justices, our own courts and our own DA, where compassion has been a tip of the spear. I've seen that with our U.S. attorneys, and I've seen that in immigration courts and our federal courts. So I want you to know that discretion and compassion is being used completely. But I fall back to those 70%ers that they've done this time and time again. But also that some of them that were first-time offenders were for offenses like aggravated sexual assault of a child. And by the way, the people that we have in custody today, 20% of them have been convicted. And they're either serving time in our jail, or they're awaiting transfer to the Department of Corrections, or they're being awaiting transfer to another agency or a possible county or state that has also pending charges. So that's what they would be doing here. But I would like to finalize that by saying, you know, in my oath of office, defend the Constitution, uphold the federal and state laws to the best of our ability. And we felt like that's what it was doing because these people were slipping in the cracks. And, you know, I've been accused of separating families. We have 4,200 people in jail this morning who are separated from their family. Some of them outside the 287G program are going to be transferred to New York or California or far, far away. And some of these people that are in jail will eventually be deported. That's true. And they'll be deported back to their country. And some of them will go to Mexico and South America, but some of them are going to Eastern Europe and Asia, in the Middle East, because all of those people are present in our jail from those areas. And so as we go about this, we're just doing the best we can with what we have. Some of these people are bad people. Some of these people I don't want around my children. I don't want them around your children. And as your sheriff, I'm just trying to use the tools at our disposal. Do I know what happens when ICE picks them up? No, don't know that. Just like I don't know when TDC picks them up. Don't know that. I don't know when a prisoner goes to court what the judge does. All I know is I respect their opinion. Just like the one you just heard about that got a license, or excuse me, a permit of citizenship to come back and work. I don't know their whole story, so something in that judicial mindset thought that person deserved that. And I'm not going to question that. I certainly wouldn't. I respect that. As I respect all the people here that are going to speak against this and all the people here that are going to speak for it, is that we do this with keeping those people with dignity and keeping respect for them. But I think it's a vital program, and I think it's vital to do what we can where we can. And so that was my intention of doing that in Tarrant County. Thank you, and I'll try to answer any questions you have.
Commissioner Brooks?
Good morning, Sheriff Wayburn.
Good morning, Commissioner.
I have always considered you to be an honorable man. And nothing that transpires today will change my opinion about that. We can disagree on issues.
Absolutely.
Without it affecting our opinion of each other's character.
Yes, sir.
And I would ask the audience to hold that in their minds as well. The people who speak today should not be subject to ridicule. They should not be subject to taunts. They should not be subject to threats. Let's do this in a manner where everybody feels respected.
Yes, sir.
So I want to ask you some questions for the sake of my own understanding of how 287G functions in the Tarrant County Jail. I kind of feel like Alice through the looking glass this morning after your presentation. Everything that we have heard previously concerning 287G and how it functions is now turned on its head. What was up is now down, what was down is now up, and nothing resembles what we have previously been told, what we have previously thought about 287G. According to your presentation, the cost of implementing 287G in Tarrant County is $1,800. That does not include, it's $1,800 according to your presentation. We have received information from other counties, other jurisdictions that have implemented 287G, that their costs, as referenced in your presentation, range from $675,000 to $1.3 million. So somehow we are to believe that you have discovered some kind of secret sauce that allows us to operate this program under a different cost model than everybody else in the United States. You've got currently 10 deputies who are certified.
Yes, sir.
Under ICE. And you would now tell us that they only function under 287G as an ancillary part of the booking process.
That is correct.
And are not assigned to any permanent 287G duties.
Right.
Consequently, you have not included any salary costs in the costs that we have experienced for 287G. I'd like to explore that a little bit. What is the pay grade of the 10 people in that photograph?
Some of them are pay grade 51s and 52s.
Do you have any idea of the average salary of those individuals? Just a guesstimate.
Starting salary for 51s around 40,000 and 5% higher than that for 52. So but a 52 would probably be a little bit more senior, so maybe 45,000.
Okay. Now, how are those 10 officers deployed?
Those people, as a general, are deployed in the booking area. They may be up in the release or they may be in booking. And they, as they come in, and I was down in the jail the other day and I was watching the process, is they may be doing another function in the jail, whether it be kind of identifying people or it would be classification of people. Or in one case, I was watching one of our officers, she was working the female intake door. And so they're performing other duties, and then when they need, they go to that place.
Are they deployed in such a way that you have at least one available on every shift?
That's the intent, yes, sir.
7 days a week?
That is the intent, yes, sir.
So how many officers do you have assigned per shift to booking currently?
That's a large shift. There's 250 total assigned to booking. I know that number's correct.
60 roughly for first and second shift, and 50 to 55.
60, 60, and 55 for the shifts.
How many officers did you have assigned to booking before 287G?
That number has not changed. Same number. Because we didn't come back to the court and ask for any extra bodies. And I don't know the other jurisdictions that you spoke of that had those big numbers, but that had to be people. And we haven't asked for a single person to work 287G full time.
So nobody works 287G full time?
They all have other duties.
All right, walk me through the process from arrest to the placing of an ICE hold on somebody.
I will do the best I can because it's a long process to get through that. When people show up at Tarrant County Jail, they come through what we call our back door. They're searched. They're asked a ton of questions, including some HIPAA questions. They're asked routine questions like everybody's asked, where are you from? You know, those questions are asked to everybody as a matter of booking process. And then they go from the back door, they come.
Where are you from? What?
Well, they ask for date of birth, they ask for place of birth, because we're going to re-identify everybody that comes through that back door to make sure that the people that we're dealing with are telling us who they are.
Surely they don't lie to you.
Never judge when they lie. And but we're going to go through a process of making sure we know who you are, if that makes sense. And then we come in and they're going to, right now the first station I think is that we've moved up is MHMR. So the mental health folks are going to, visit with them, and we're going to go through Sandra Bland and all those kind of things. The next station is medical. We're going to see how they're doing medically, and we're going to evaluate those kind of things. And then the next station is going to be ID, and they're going to be fingerprinted there. They're going to have their fingerprints rolled. They're going to be interviewed to see who they are. This is where we're going to, if we're getting two different informations, this is where we're going to try to feather out their identification. Then they'll move down to classification. And once they get to classification, this is where we do an evaluation, basically a risk assessment on what housing that they're going to go into. Are they going to be general population? Are they suicidal? All of those things are being done. And then the next step is the immigration station, is right before you get to where you're going to be dressed out. And I might have missed a step or two in there, but it's the last step on the horn.
How do you determine who goes to the immigration station?
Well, there's a certain amount of flags, and we can go down there and look at that, where they're going to look at this. But a lot of people that come in the back door, we say, where are you from? They said, we're from Bangladesh. Okay, what documents do you have from Bangladesh? And I got to tell you, a lot of people at the back door says, I don't have any. And then we go, you're in this country, how'd you get here? I crossed illegally. I mean, I would say 90% of them start out with that, and just based on the questions that we're going to ask the next person and the next person and the next person. And if they are declaring that they're from some country and they don't have ID from them, then probably immigration isn't going to look at them at that point. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but that's a kind of a quick overview of it. Keep in mind, what I just described is a 4-hour process to get to that last position as a general rule, because they're in waiting, they hold, they come up. Not the whole process. If you went right through, it'd be a lot quicker. But
if nobody is assigned to the immigration desk full time, then how does this work?
Well, the shift supervisors who have those people there, they will simply say, listen, Ms. Jones, in classification, your T87G, after you finish classification, step down. If there's an immigration question, you can step down to the next station and you can go through that process. It's something that's similar to that. If they have multiple.
But there's somebody there assigned to do that activity.
Yeah, but they're assigned other activities also.
So you're booking people in probably every minute of every day.
Well, not quite every minute, but yes, we do. A lot of folks come in.
Several people per hour, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
Would that be fair?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
So someone would need to be manning that immigration station constantly.
No, it's not constant because there's not the flags that would tell us that we need to do that. I don't know what the last contacts was, but over a month's period, they may do 600 contacts. So that's 600 people that raised those flags that went to the immigration station. So it's not the entire group of people that come in and out of the jail, and we do book in a couple of hundred a day. So, if you're booking in a couple of thousand of people, about 25% or 30% may be contacted and run down. A lot of those people are lawfully in the country, and so we confirm that and go on.
It does not compute to me.
Well, I understand that. There is no secret sauce, but, is where I come from and my background is everybody wears more than one hat. And, at one time I was a police chief and a firefighter and an EMT. And I would show up with an EMT bag and they said, "We don't need the police." I said, "I know, I'm here with an EMT bag to deliver your baby." And so, I come from a place where I'm not afraid of multiple hats and to get the most we can out of our team. And quite frankly, in this particular situation, the team was eager to do it. That team that you saw were all volunteers. We didn't voluntold anybody. We asked, and in fact, I didn't know until after the team was selected that it was 10 females, and I was absolutely ecstatic at that. I thought that was wonderful.
So what percent of their time would you say is devoted to the 87G activities?
Commissioner, I don't have that exact number. I don't think. David, did we?
One thing, and Commissioner Brooks, I would just make this statement because yesterday I had IT pull together some information, and I'll try to put that up there in a few minutes. But what it showed is that from January the 1st of 2014, and just that was the start date that the IT guideline. We didn't have ICE.
287G in 2014.
But from January the 1st, 2014 through yesterday, there had been immigration holds placed on 1,195 different people.
I've got that list somewhere.
So it's now there may have been a whole lot more who went through the immigration desk to be interviewed.
Yes.
But ultimately, over that 5-year, 14, 15, 16, 17, over that basically 5.5-year period, there were 1,195 instances where people were placed on with an immigration hold.
And Commissioner, to restate my question, I said 600 contacts a month. I was corrected. It's the largest month we've had on contacts with people is 100. 100 people that we've contacted, meaning that we've checked their immigration status, that we took the deep dive to see if they were here legally or not legally.
100 people per month.
Yes, sir.
Is the highest.
That's the highest
number
that we've had.
that you have. And you are unable to tell us what charges they were arrested on.
Well, we showed you the charges.
I've even got the spreadsheet that you talked about, and all it says is hold for immigration. It does not indicate.
Well, I'm going to show you a different one in a minute. It's got all the charges that they were brought in on.
Multiple charges, and the snapshot that you saw up there was a day at Tarrant County Sheriff's Office. The cases that we showed pending, from the murders to the sexual assaults to on down the road. And some of these people in jail right now have multiple cases on them.
I kind of deduced that there must have been multiple charges because the math just didn't add up.
Right. More cases than people.
Right.
Right.
I will conclude my questions with a comment or two. I don't see how you can make the blanket statement that the consequence of not doing 287G is a less safe community when you tell us that you can't give us the charges on which the people were arrested. There's no documentation to back up the statement that that Tarrant County would be a less safe community. To me, this is 287G is not about what some have alleged is Tarrant County becoming a sanctuary county. It's not about that. We weren't a sanctuary county before 287G, and we won't be a sanctuary county if 287G goes away. To me, this is all about local government performing what amounts to an unfunded mandate from the federal government. And in this time of revenue caps and restrictions on our ability to provide services to the residents of this community, we have to prioritize. We're going to have to cut back. And in my mind, 287G is a place where we ought to cut.
If I may respond,
Thank you,
thank you, Commissioner. If I may respond to the no cases, is under federal law, when I learned about this, we stopped it. Is we used to put where you could look on our website and see who was in jail, and they would show an ICE detainer on there. Well, unbeknownst to me, but we changed it upon finding it out. That's against the law, is that we cannot advertise who has ICE detainers. That is kind of a confidential deal. So I can't tell you that such and such has this number of cases and an ICE detainer. I can't even describe or put out the information where it would lead you to know, oh, that must be him. So we're very careful about protecting those rights of those individuals, and that's the reason that we gave you all a list of cases that are filed. And as far as a safer city is the first 5 months in Tarrant County, I can't speak to the greater municipalities, but crime is down in the greater Tarrant County area, out in the unincorporated areas. Now, that doesn't mean that filings are not up in criminal district court. They are, but I think that some of these people before 287G were tried, convicted, and sent out to the community, and retried and reconvicted, and now once they serve their time, they will be dealt with on a federal level. And that's where we get that, is that tomorrow that sex offender who could be deported to Slovakia, he's got a long ways to come back before he hurts one of your children or my children. And that's kind of the over global intent, is that I believe in sovereign nation, and I believe in legal immigration. And I know that there's a lot of hardworking people out there that are not here illegally. And those people do not come up on our radar unless they need our help. And we're going to help them like we would help anybody else. And we're going to help them with the greatest service that we can provide. And so that, you know, why I believe this is a safer community, because it gets rid of the bad actors, not only out of our neighborhoods, but out of their neighborhoods. And I think that's an undisputed fact.
Sheriff, I have a couple questions
Yes, ma'am.
related to the presentation.
Please speak. We've heard from the back that you're coming in loud and clear.
Thank you.
Not from that back, from that back.
Oh, from that back.
They're probably thinking you're coming in loud and clear
Okay.
too, but we're not coming in so loud and clear.
Sure.
So please
Okay.
speak in the mouth.
So slide number 7, where you reference paragraph 2 of section 9 of the MOA, costs and expenditures, and your chief had referenced that the federal government will pay for the training, and so far to date, the federal government has paid for the training. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Training, travel, per diem.
Okay.
And if they plan on or want to continue training, which we appreciate free training on all levels, that's exactly what it will be.
Okay, very good. On slide 11, you reference that we have spent less than 1/10 of 1% of our salary on the 287G program. Do you mean of our salary, meaning of the salaries for the department, or?
Chief McClellan, please step up. Let's make sure, because I want to make sure that we're clear on what we're saying.
So the percentage that we came up with is 0.0387%, and what we did was we looked at a week's time frame, and we took the most number of detainers or interviews that they had done, and then we added a couple, I'd say about 25 hours to that, just for extra duties from that standpoint. And I think that number worked out to be somewhere between 70 and 80 hours from that standpoint with regard to those detainers. We then took that and divided by the total number of hours that we have employees in our jail and during the course of a 7-day work week. And that's where we came up with that 0.0387%. We then looked at the personnel salary line for our jail, which is a little over $48 million, and broke that down into a week period, and then looked at the percentage from that standpoint to get to that less than 1/10 of 1% with regards to the salaries of our jail staff.
So in the extra duties that you referenced in that explanation, would that not account for overtime?
We actually have spent extremely minimal overtime in booking over the last 2 years. The majority of our jail overtime, in fact, I'd say about 99% of the overtime for our jail is spent in housing. We normally have pull staff to try and fill housing overtime from that standpoint from all over. In fact, we're pulling it, all over the department at this point. So.
And let me point out on that, if you pull a report, an audit report, and you say, well, listen, it looks like booking has a lot of overtime, is because of SAP, and I'm the worst person to do this, is if you're assigned to booking and you're working overtime in housing, it's going to look like that booking paid overtime, when it wasn't for booking. It was for housing. And most of the overtime that has been spent as a general in booking has been at release, where we want to get people out, where they're going into the free world or going to some other entity. I appreciate your tolerance of him describing that and breaking down. I am not a bean counter judge, but
We're going to get to that in a minute.
yes, sir.
So on slide 16, you referenced that $0 from SCAP program, that we've received $0 from the SCAP program.
Right.
And you referenced in 2018 alone, we could be reimbursed approximately $530,000, right?
Yeah, I don't have the exact number because we don't prepare that report. I believe the county actually uses an outside agency to prepare that report from the standpoint. We provide some numbers because we have to pull out for other departments and things, and we provide to the budget, and the budget does some work on that, and then they provide it to a third-party company that actually prepares the report. 2018, last year's, we have not been reimbursed. I believe it is a little over $530,000 that is scheduled to be reimbursed. I believe in 2017, the federal government reimbursed SCAP a little over $330,000,
And again,
somewhere in that range.
Again, Helen, who does that for us?
Justice Benefits Inc., JDI.
Okay, and exactly what are they reimbursing us for?
They're actually, they're reimbursing us for the time that we're holding criminal aliens in our jail on state charges. So we've called out to them to find out if if that extra 12 hours is being factored in. I don't believe it is, but I don't want to quote that because we're waiting to hear back from them. At this point, the way we understand it is they are reimbursing us for the time they're in our jail on our charges.
From the time we arrest them until the time that it's resolved.
Yeah, correct.
Could we see if we could get that company to talk with the state about the state prisoners that we're holding in our jail?
But there is some criteria that has to be met before any inmate can be counted.
Yeah,
Do we
that's
know if
referenced
that
in the next
includes any ICE detainees?
That's what is exactly, that
That's
is.
what it's intended for, right?
Well, and you got to understand when
287G.
the way the 287G hold works is the hold is placed on after they're done with our charges. So if somebody is sentenced to 2 years in our jail for some reason, I'm just picking a number, their hold is noticed for that entire 2 years, but it doesn't go into effect until they're ready to be released by our department. And then that 48-hour hold goes into effect at that point. So it would show a hold for 2 years in our system from that standpoint. They're here on our charges, and that's what you would be looking at for reimbursement from SCAP while they're here on our charges.
Okay, so sorry, it's just the bean counter in me.
It's still in the reimbursement thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Someone is arrested. They're charged with aggravated assault. There's an immigration hold put on them. They haven't gone to trial yet. We hold them for a period of time until they actually go to trial. They're convicted. And they're sentenced to, let's just say, for sake of ease, that they're convicted and they're sentenced to county jail time for 2 years. Does SCAP begin the day they're arrested and identified as an immigration hold, or does it begin the day they're convicted and for as long as they're in our jail?
That is a great question, and we do not have the answer to that. I've reached out to that company to try and get the criteria, and I'm waiting to hear back from them from that standpoint on when it goes into effect.
Yeah, they have to be in jail for 4 days. And once they reach that 4th day, then the time counts.
Even before they're convicted?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So 4 days we're on the line as opposed to being on the line forever with the state?
I'm good with that if that's what Helen says, yes.
Okay, so back to slide 16. So have we, from the implementation of 287G to 2018, have we received reimbursements?
Let me pull my copy of the slides up here so I can see exactly what you're talking about. Are you talking about reimbursement for 2018 in SCAP?
Well, no, you'd said that it was an approximate number. We're not sure what that is. That hasn't occurred yet. But since the program was implemented up into whenever 2018 numbers or figures would start to be calculated, have we received any reimbursements?
From SCAP?
Yeah.
2017, we did receive reimbursement in 2017. Like I said, from our standpoint, our IT department pulls numbers and they provide that to the budget office. Sure. With regard to that, the budget office does some things, and then they have a private company come in and actually prepare all the paperwork from that standpoint.
So that was the 330,000 a year reference?
That was and I don't know if that's the exact number.
So what happens is they supply the inmate information. Then the budget office supplies the salary information. The JBI combines the two of those with the calculation and comes with the total amount that we receive back. They're always at least 1 year behind. The 2017 came actually almost 3 years, 2 years behind before we received it. We should have received the 2018 by now, but it is not opened up for us to be able to receive it yet from the federal government.
So the salary portion that you mentioned in that calculation, that connects to Commissioner Brooks' questions earlier. So this would be the 51 and 52, I think, if I wrote that down right.
No, I don't mean to interrupt you, but it does not.
Okay.
From the standpoint that our 287G program, the hold is placed on them even if they, let's say for some reason somebody slipped through the cracks and there's still a criminal alien here, they're going to qualify for that SCAP report if we didn't place a hold on them or not. The hold is regardless with regard to when it comes to this for the SCAP reporting from that standpoint.
So why do they need salary information? Why, in calculating what we get reimbursed, why do they need salary information?
They look at salary information for to reimburse for the day-to-day housing and having people view inmates from that standpoint in our housing while they're here.
Okay. So slide 17. I think Chief, in your explanation of this slide, you had mentioned that you had shared with the community a copy of the ID policy that the Sheriff's Department uses for visitors.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to see a copy of that, please.
I will provide you with one. It's on our website as well for visitation, but I will get you a copy without question. Another thing that just to keep in mind that we're working with that we didn't bring up, we met with several groups and they had a concern that they were spending money, the families were spending money trying to bond somebody out, and they were unaware that they had an ICE hold. We immediately started working with ICE to try and figure out a way that we can get a disclosure signed so we can disclose to the family before they spend money on a bond, they will know that there is an ICE hold from that standpoint, so they're not spending hard-earned money from that standpoint bonding somebody out that's going to have a hold already placed on them. That takes time, but we initiated that conversation with ICE and the federal government to try to work that into the system where we can be upfront with family members from that standpoint, and they know that.
And with the criminal defense bar asking them, hey, ask your clients, so that they don't spend money and then their heart's broken that they get transferred to another entity.
When was that conversation initiated?
A few months ago, we started that conversation, and we're trying to work through the parameters on how we can offer that to the inmate to actually sign the federal disclosure and list the people that he's okay with disclosing that to.
So, and I would assume that those signature forms are provided in the language that the person speaks or reads?
I don't have that signature form. We're currently working on it. The federal government has a copy of that form, and I believe they have it in different languages from that standpoint, yes.
But we use interpretation services all the time.
And is that calculated in the cost of the program?
Are you asking about interpretation services? At this point, it is not, because we're going to have to, if they don't speak English or we don't have a translator from the standpoint that works for us, we're going to have to use that just to book them in, period, and get them interviewed with medical and all of that from that standpoint. So.
Okay. Let's go to slide 23. No, actually, yeah, 23. There's a reference. It's next to the bottom of the list, emergency call. What is that?
Sorry, what was that?
It's on slide 23.
On the current list of charges.
And it says who is currently here.
Thank you.
Okay.
Is generally that, what I believe that's reference to is that on domestics, that people interfere with emergency 911 calls when they're assaulting these people who are trying to call 911, and they interfere with that emergency 911 call.
Okay, great. And then the next slide down, I think you had clarified that the charges are actually convictions. Is that correct?
Yeah, we pulled up the criminal histories of the current people that we have to look and see if they'd had any previous criminal history, and those are the actual charges they were convicted of prior to coming into our jail this time. So those are all prior to coming into our jail and us placing a hold on them in our jail. So indecency with a child, they had previously been convicted of that. A person had previously been convicted of that, been released, and has now come back into our jail.
So on slide 26, you reference the reality of who isn't slipping through the cracks anymore. And you had mentioned the 70% recidivism rate, but what can you reference as to the true reduction of crime that can be attributed to the initiative's effort?
Well, keep in mind that this program is 18 months old, but we have seen crime go down in the greater unincorporated area of Tarrant County. You know, can I say that for sure that had to do with that? No. But what I can say for sure is that people who came through the program who had previously came through Tarrant County Jail, slipped through the cracks, got convicted, went back out to the community, has now been held accountable for that immigration violation, and they're going to go to ICE and possibly be deported, or some other issue of whatever ICE does with them or the immigration process does with them. Can I say that we've had less murders? I don't know, but I can tell you that in the greater Tarrant County area, for instance, that fatality accidents are down by 70% because DWI enforcement's up, and we have a lot of DWIs in this group. So, I mean, when I say that there's 70% reduction in fatality accidents, that's 10 people that didn't get killed last year that was averagely getting killed. Do I know if any of those were illegal immigrants? I know for a fact we've got some in the system that are charged with those offenses, and they have a hold on them.
Is that your comment?
Yeah.
I have other questions, but I want to make sure if anyone else has questions on the presentation.
Comment or two.
Thank you, sure.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Like any of us up here, I'm also concerned about cost.
Absolutely.
But I'm actually more concerned about the safety of our community.
Yes, sir.
I think that's the key. I don't know that I agree with your $1,800 number. I've been in business for a long time. But whether it's $1,800, $18,000, or $180,000, if it helps make our community safer, then there's a value to that money being spent. If these individuals are here illegally, if they've committed crimes against our citizens, we're a better community if they're not part of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
comments at this time.
let me, I also want to make a couple of comments, and I want a worksheet. I think that's going to get them to bring that up. My frustration deals on a lot of different levels. First, that is, you mentioned from the outset, this started back in the Clinton administration. So that means that now for over 3 decades, or close to 3 decades, we have been waiting on the federal government to come up with immigration policy.
Amen.
And they have yet to do that. And yet they have yet to secure the border. They have yet to determine a pathway to citizenship for those folks who are here, where estimates are somewhere in the neighborhood of 11 million people. And I think we all, I won't say we all, I'll say that I do not believe that we can deport 11 million people, nor should we deport 11 million people. I do believe that there are a number, that the vast majority of that 11 million are folks who are here, who are working, who are contributing to our community and are leading good lives and are respectful and following the law. And I don't think those folks should have to live in fear of being arrested and deported. I think we've heard an awful lot about that, and I will say that again. I'm a bean counter. I make no bones about that. I got to see numbers. And so yesterday I went to the IT and I asked them to pull some information for me, and because I wanted to see and to feel comfortable with what are we doing and what are we doing in our jail. Now I can't affect what police departments are doing. And if they're going after the C misdemeanors, or if they're and I have no question from the folks that came and have talked here for the last 2 months that many of them are in fear of the police. And I hate that we're in a community where they fear police as opposed to trust police. Right. But they do, and I know they're very genuine in that deal. But if you look And I know that it's going to be very difficult for most of y'all to be able to see this. What I did through IT, and I asked IT to produce, was I wanted a report from January the 1st of 2014 through yesterday of everyone who had come through our jail and had had an immigration hold placed upon them. Now, I see you back there. If I state something different or wrong, you raise your hand and we'll talk about it some more. And so they did that, and that was the first sort of the whole deal. And so we identified 1,195 different people from January the 1st of 2014, long before 287 got here, through yesterday. 1,195 people had immigration holds placed upon them. We then took that group of people and we asked for certain things. This isn't going to work on the screen. If you start at column A and you go across, what that says is what that column represents. There's a book-in date. There's a book-out date. That's the best thing we think we can come out with when they got out. There was the arrest date, which should be fairly close to the same, if not the same, as the book-in date. There's the offense for which they were charged when they were arrested. The next is the individual. Now, for the most part, someone is given a CID number when they're arrested. And if they come back and visit us again, and we determine it's the same individual, they get the same CID number. Mm-hmm. The next one is the arresting agency. And this will, in a moment, I'll also talk a little bit about that. Zero represents the sheriff's department. Maybe, does that also represent the constables?
Yes, I believe.
So it's all Tarrant County folks, family. The next one is who booked them in. I just hadn't done anything with that. Again, I had this since yesterday, so there's still a lot I hadn't had an opportunity to do. I've sent this to the sheriff's folks. We're still talking about what's going on with this stuff. The next column, H, is what we think ended up happening to them. We feel pretty good about that, but again, I'm not going to tell you because I haven't had a chance to sit down with the sheriff's folks to be sure I understand it. And I'm going to ask a couple of questions of the sheriff this morning, knowing that it's likely that some of these he or they may not have an answer to. The sentence date, and then I don't know if is there anything in column L?
It just said no.
It said no.
No.
Here's my way of thinking. Again, I sorted it first by individual. That county ID number, that should be the individual. And so when you see somebody that's got multiple lines there, then depending upon what the arrest date was, this person was brought in February, was arrested, and I understand that what this particular one means, I believe, is they basically got bailed out before they ever got to booking.
I believe that to be correct, sir.
Well, he came back to visit us. He or she came back to visit us again in July. And when he came back in July, he came back on 3 charges. He came back on theft, and I'm not sure what the Westworth Village times 3 means, but there's an immigration hold that was put on him. And he was released to ICE. And again, this is a question that I've still got to come up with. He came back to us, the book out date was August 28th, so it looks to me like ICE picked him up on the 27th, even though he shows another arrest date of 8/4. So this may be the day that they charged him with another theft.
Could be.
On that deal. Go down to the next one. And this one, the sheriff was able to clear up with me this morning. Again, this individual came to us, originally, it was arrested in 17, January the 18th of 17. All of these three charges deal with that specific arrest. Somewhere in here, they determined that they were going to put an immigration hold on him. So they did these three charges first, then determined that he needed an immigration hold. He was finally booked out in 2019, and I was looking over here, and I said, well, why did we release him to Middleton ID?
That's prison.
So he got sent to prison in that particular instance. When he ended up, so he served the time. Now, I'm assuming that, I don't know, I shouldn't assume. I don't know whether he ended up being, once he got out of prison, whether he was given over to ICE, but that would have been Middleton ID, the penitentiary's term. Go down to the next one. The other thing that I looked for as I was going through here, were there any Class C misdemeanors only? And in no instance did I find where somebody was arrested on a Class C misdemeanor and they didn't have other things with it. So this one that I don't quite understand. This person was arrested in 2014 on DWI felony repetition. This one was one that got out before booking got out.
That's right.
So they bailed out before they got to booking, and it didn't take them long to decide, well, it did. It took them 5 months, and they got caught again. But this time, you see all these dates right here in 2015, they got a hold for immigration. Now, here's the troubling part to me, and this is my only concern about this whole deal, is we released this guy to ICE. Well, something happened because 5 months later, he's back with us again. Again, on the DWI. This guy likes to drink.
He does.
And we released him to ICE, and he ain't made it, well, wait a minute, he did. I didn't green this enough.
I think that's the same one, Judge.
That's the same date. So, but my concern almost deals more with when we release, I want them gone too. Class B's and up, I want gone. And sometimes my concern is by releasing them to ICE, ICE lets them go before they deport them, and they end up back in our community.
That does happen.
And so then what I've got to weigh is, I've also been told by the judges, to some extent, that if we hold on to them and we don't turn them over to ICE, that short of a capital murder, they're going to have the ability to bond out.
That's correct. Both our system and the federal system.
Isn't that called catch and release?
Well, it is in some instances, but I mean that's a problem. You know, again, what I've got to get over, and I think my concern in the beginning was this. One, I wanted to make sure we weren't arresting people on Class C's,
Right.
putting them for ICE, and that those folks were getting deported.
That's
I did not find an instance. Now, go down to the next one. Some of these folks, they've been here for a while. This person was arrested in 2015, was arrested again in 2016. I'm beginning to think that plain SG, do we know whether that's a penitentiary or a detention facility, or do we have a clue?
It's a TDC.
yeah. That's
TDC.
prison. Yeah.
So, I mean, this is what in a way, I'm glad to see this, because what it says is they're convicted, they're going to jail, and then but then this person gets out of jail, apparently sometime in April of 2019, they're showing back up again. And then they get picked up for a parole violation, possible controlled substance, and they end up back in plain ID. So they went back to prison. So that part of it tells me that it does seem to be working. Now, for just a moment, whoever got the button back there, go to sheet 2. And what I did here in sheet 2 well, and this is not the sheet two I was hoping it was. I will tell you right here, this is the arresting authority. Remember us talking about that early on, and I said 0 was the Tarrant County family? So where a city could arrest someone on a schedule, on a Class C misdemeanor, you wouldn't take them to the jail.
Right.
But if one of your folks in patrol or the constables arrested somebody on a Class C misdemeanor, they would show up.
They would show up, but we don't check immigration status on that.
And for the most part, as I went down here, I didn't find a single one where there was a Class C misdemeanor that they were brought in on.
That should be correct, yes, sir.
And so that reinforces what I think we've been being told from a standpoint that we're not arresting people on Class C misdemeanors and deporting them. That the folks that we're holding for immigration are the ones that have committed Class B misdemeanors and above. And then if I have any concerns, it's that sometimes we turn somebody over to ICE before we have let them go through the trial system and be convicted or found innocent and then serve their time. The only thing that gives me any reassurance on that is that if we don't turn them over to ICE for one of those, then they're eligible for bond and release here in our own system, and the judges are, at least at this point in time, telling me that we have to set up a bond, we have to set up bail for them, and give them the ability to bail out. And
right.
That's, so to me, that's the concern that I have. One, I wish we would get an immigration policy. Two, I wish that we would define a system by which those people who are being good actors in our community would have a pathway to citizenship and not have to live in fear of police, of crimes being committed on whatever. But for those folks who don't want to live here and be good citizens, I too would like to see them move on.
Yes, sir.
So at least from that perspective, and again, I haven't had a chance to go deep into this. I've only gone, there's 4,443 lines, that means charges, on the 1,195 people, or 1,195 immigration holds that you were placed on, from that 5.5-year period of time.
Yes, sir.
Information helps me make a decision.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And there's a lot of it out there. It's just how do we correlate it? Commissioner, did you have some more questions, ma'am?
I do. So these questions are follow-up questions to the list of questions that we submitted to your office.
Okay.
And we provided feedback on them. Let's see. So number 31, are all individuals processed asked about their immigration status? If not, what factors determine who is asked and who is not? I know you spoke to that earlier. Are you asking where are you from and what documentation do you have?
Right.
But can you further describe, in the response, you say all inmates are asked for country of origin, driver's license, etc. during the normal booking process. The immigration interview is separate from our booking process. Will you describe the immigration interview that's referenced in that response?
I don't have the immigration questions with me, but they're going to be similar. And the interview is where are you from? How'd you get here? What documents can you have? Are you in the system? Those kind of things. And they're going to go up and down. And I'll again reiterate that probably 95% of the people are going to say I'm here illegally when those questions are started asking. But they're all asked the exact same questions.
So then who conducts the interview? Is that your team or our
280
team?
our 287G officers can do that. Occasionally it's ICE, but 287G officers may do that.
One thing that's not mentioned, they consulate interviews when they're not Americans, and you have to notify their consulate by law.
Thank you. Yeah, we didn't add to that, and one of the reasons that we do that is if you're in custody and you're from another country, we're required by law to notify your consulate. So in all these cases, regardless of where you're from, we notify your country, hey, we got you. And there's various reasons for that. One of them is diplomatic immunity, by the way.
Let me see. I lost it in here, but there was a question about the Secure Communities Program and whether or not that we participate in it. I think the answer to the question was that we did not. Is that correct?
Well, what happens is that Secure Community went away in 2014.
So President Trump didn't reinstate it, rather?
Okay, excuse me, better information.
Yeah. So President Trump did reinstate it in 2017. Since we have been in office, we've never been participating in the Secure Communities Act. What that is you take your fingerprints and you send it to the federal government for their databases and things. We only send our fingerprints to the DPS for identification purposes. That's the only place we send our fingerprints to.
Okay.
They may or may not send it to the federal government, though. So they may send it on.
Okay. So why don't we participate in that?
Just hadn't been on our radar, ma'am. But I saw that question, and I did talk to immigration about that program,
Sure.
and said, how would it even work? And they said, really, it's more for intelligence than anything else. That that person's here, but they're not going to put a detainer on them just because they get that hit. That won't come until they physically interview. And I thought, well, the ice cream truck showed up, and sorry, I didn't mean to be distracting, but ADD is that. Sorry, I just lost my train of thought.
I understand.
Tech getting old, isn't it, Sheriff?
It is. It really is. I apologize. I lost my thought on that. But but they wouldn't put a hold on somebody unless they could interview them. And a lot of times, what happens is by the time they get around to that person's already gone through the system.
Okay.
That's based on information that I got after I saw your question.
Sure. Okay. Very good. So then, final question from the list of questions is the steering committee meeting. So the MOA requires that the steering committee meet on an annual basis, I believe.
That is correct.
So how many steering committee meetings have we had since implementation?
We have one. We've had one. We're due another.
Has that date been set?
No, that has not. We've got to give 30 days notice to the public, and we certainly will.
I will say, and I'm going to refrain from editorializing the issue for right now. I'm here to gather facts, which I know we met about this and other things related to your department and the work that your team does. Since prior to joining the Tarrant County team, members of the community have shared their concerns about this program with me. I will say that I have heard quite often from those who are opposed to the initiative versus those who are for the initiative. And I haven't invited any of the meetings or commentary. Of course, I'm willing to meet with whoever would like to meet about an issue that's concerning them as a Tarrant County resident.
Yes, ma'am.
I will say that I'm concerned about the amount of effort that is taken to get clear answers about the initiative. So, I mean, it's good to have this information that we have here today and the answers to the questions, but it didn't come easily.
You talking about getting the questions back to you?
That's right, yeah. And I have some concerns about that, but and this is for the entire listening audience, in addition to yourself, Sheriff, is that for any of the comments or concerns that are shared here today, that I'm fully committed to listening to them. I told folks who even are opposed to the program, as much as they would like to hear me say that I already know how I'm going to vote on the matter when it comes up, I haven't made that decision yet.
Understand.
But, you know, as we move forward, of course, that will become apparent. But I just, again, reiterating who I have heard from, the concerns that they've raised, and then the concerns that I have of my own. So.
One, I apologize for any tardiness that these questions might have got back. I think we got them a couple of weeks out, and when I first saw it, I thought, oh my gosh, I thought I was done with final exams. But and it was lengthy. I mean, there was a total of 70 questions, so we were running down a lot of data and doing our other duties, as it were, and making our other meetings, as it were, because it did take a while. It certainly wasn't. We were trying to keep everything from anybody. I mean, if you want to come to the office, we'll open every drawer we have.
No, and hopefully you didn't hear an accusation.
Yeah, no, and I didn't take it that way. I just want you to know that we're trying to be transparent, that we never, ever wanted to stall on information. We want to get it to you as quickly as we can, but in just the daily events of the sheriff's office, we stay pretty busy. And so there were different people putting things together and trying to combine them and getting that information and digging it out. And we wanted to be as accurate as we possibly could be. And, you know, quite frankly, we might have missed the mark a couple of places. We haven't double-checked that, but we're wanting to get you what we know best.
Well, I'll say this, and then I'll yield the mic to whoever wants to make comments before we take public comment. I will say that there was a reference in the presentation about the amount of effort or time that it took for you all to compile this information. And even in that presentation, I mean, it was quite sarcastic, so I would caution all of us to be really mindful about the gravity of this issue. And of course, there are so many important issues that come to this bench every Tuesday, and I applaud everyone in the work that they do. But I would say is just to be more sensitive when you're talking about this issue.
I apologize for any sarcasm.
Sure.
Didn't it?
And I guess, again, I think that our IT department offers a world and a wealth of information. And as I said, I need numbers and stuff to look at, and this is what gave me a whole lot more comfort than some of the answers and the way those answers were phrased. And
yes, sir.
You know, that happened in about 2 hours yesterday, and it would happen not out of the sheriff's department, but it just out of, okay, I know there's information out there, and if you're entering it into a computer, no matter how old the system is, you can get it out.
Yes, sir.
And I would hope that you can use that information. You know, you already said that jail pop's going up, and I mean, there's a lot of things that you can pull out of that system, and I would encourage some of your folks to
we're looking
get a
at
little
every
bit
corner.
more familiar with those numbers in that system.
On every corner. Before I conclude, Your Honor, if I could make one final thing, I just wanted to bring up just a couple of things that I did not bring in mind and clarify one point. One is that in other cities and in other large metropolitan areas, ICE is quite active in the neighborhoods. They're going after targeted people that they want, and they go out to those neighborhoods. And I've asked, how does that work? Well, they go after a target in a particular neighborhood, and once they get there, they're going to investigate everybody that's with that target, and whoever's in plain view that's here illegally will be taken into custody. And these people could be those people you were talking about off the radar, but at that point they have an obligation. And I've been told by now the former director of ICE, he has said that one of the benefits to Tarrant County Jail is that they don't have to go into the neighborhoods very often or at all, and that they get who they're looking for at the Tarrant County Jail. And so they're not out in our neighborhoods as often as they are in other urban settings. And far as keeping our community safe, statistically, and you've seen some of the numbers here, statistically, we said that 70% of the people we have in custody are repeat offenders.
Nationwide, that number's about 82, so we're lower than the national average. But to keep the community safer, what I'm saying to you is the 250 people we have in jail statistically, when they get out, they're going to re-offend by 70%. That's keeping the community safer if they are deported. And I appreciate y'all listening. I know this is a tough issue. We want to be forthcoming. I appreciate the community showing up. I think this is democracy in progress. And I think in Tarrant County, it's kind of a cool thing. But I appreciate what y'all's doing. I appreciate you being here this morning and listening to us. And God bless you, and we'll be prayerful over your decision.
Sheriff, thank you for being here. I too am, again, as I said earlier, I'm glad that we had the people show up. I think the more dialogue we have about that, the more true understanding of what's happening, as opposed to the rumors and myths and
Absolutely.
different things along that lines. But I'm anxious for everybody to have an opportunity to express their opinion. There are more than two opinions out there, or two sides.
I believe that there is. Yes, sir.
And so we're going to now move into the audience participation. Before we do that, we're going to take what I hope will be a 5-minute break, and one that won't lengthen into a 15-minute break. So let's break, and then we'll come back in and we'll start and go from there.
We're gonna pull that down.
You know what I feel like? begin taking your seats.
So in reality, yes, I'd already figured out that the other salary. I didn't give anybody the information but
Salaries on staff?
no, salaries, because if they're gone for 80 hours to do training, that's a cost.
I get that. Any criticism that we have had so far has been so.
Please begin to take your seats.
With what I think that the sheriff said, or that on a daily basis, about 30%. Did I hear that number? So if I look at the data, so if 30% of 150 are at least interviewed, I'm not saying I saw the call, they're at least interviewed. Does that made that interview take about half an hour?
That's what I've been told, about a half an hour. And so, can you figure that into a cost? Yes, you can. And now, is there overtime associated with that? No.
You know what, I'm not thinking.
Well, no, but I mean, the fact is we work with a static number and booking, so whether or not they're sitting in this chair or this chair, you know, doesn't. But I certainly see where you're coming from.
Okay, if everybody could kind of, again, please take your seat. We have a bunch of folks who want to speak. You know, if somebody decides that the person right in front of them said exactly what they want to say, I won't feel at all reluctant for you to stand up and say, it's already been said, just put my thing over in the other stack, because here's the people who don't want to speak. Again, this is the opportunity for civil dialogue, and that's what we're here for. We're going to, I want everybody we'll go through the process. I want everybody to be respectful. Again, I don't want to hear, as the sheriff said, I don't want to hear taunts, don't want to hear, or as Commissioner Brooks said, don't want to hear taunts, don't want to hear people criticizing or being critical. We want people to have an opportunity to be able to say what they want to say and not feel in any way intimidated by it. So we're going to, go ahead.
Do we still have people in the back room?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so some of the speakers may be back there. So do we have somebody that can?
We're streaming live, so they're hearing that. And we've already,
Okay.
if their name is mentioned, we're going to give them a few seconds to come on out and
How do
speak.
we know they're there?
How do we know that they're there?
I mean-
We'll be announcing their names here.
I know.
And they'll be able to, we'll give them a chance.
Okay.
If somebody
I'm just
doesn't, if they don't pop up,
Okay.
I'm sure that most of them are going to pop up and say, what I wanted to say has already been said, so just move my list over, or move mine over to the other sheet.
There's seats available in here.
Yeah, we do have some
Some
seats
of them want to
available.
move up,
They can come on
move
in
into
here.
here.
Okay, the first person that I have is Deborah Peoples. Deborah, please come forward, give your name, your address. You got 3 minutes. And please, everybody be respectful of the time.
Good morning, Judge and Court.
Good morning.
My name is Deborah Peoples. I'm a resident of Precinct 1277, 613 Green River Trail, Fort Worth, Texas. It is in County Commissioner Precinct 1, led by the Honorable Roy Charles Brooks. So, Thank you all for allowing me to come up this morning. I have worked with many of you on many projects, and I think you know I'm all about building consensus. I'm also a numbers person, and so, Sheriff, I listened eagerly this morning to your myths and misconceptions. I am also a crime victim. So please believe me when I tell you, Judge, I have no desire to be soft on crime, but I also know what it's like to live long-term with fear. I grew up being told that because of the color of my skin, I would be treated differently. I grew up in Odessa, Texas, in a working-class community of black and brown citizens, and I personally saw the impact, the long-term impact that fear can have on a community, and it can be totally demoralizing, demeaning, and damaging long-term to communities. I do not believe that here in Tarrant County we should allow ourselves to create distrust in our community. By continuing 287G, we are creating a climate of fear and distrust. In a county of almost 2 million people, are we prepared to take the number of 250 or 175 individuals a year and allow them to tear our community apart? Let the federal government do its job, but don't use us in Tarrant County. We should immediately repeal this program. Thank you.
You're going to do what you want to do. I would like to ask if we start clapping on every one, then we're going to be here that much longer. But y'all do what you want to do. The Honorable Tag Green from the Keller City Council.
Good morning, Judge Woodley and Commissioners. Thank you for the time. I appreciate all of your comments. Listen to them intently. I will apologize. I came directly from the dentist chair, so I can't feel the left side of my face. So I'll be very brief. Matter of fact, I may have stumbled upon something that we should ask all elected officials to do, and that is to go to the dentist before they speak. I'm in favor of continuing the program, and I'm speaking here as a city councilman in Keller. As I have said in my position there many times, the first and primary responsibility of any governmental body is the protection of its citizenry. We're not talking about citizens here. I saw a T-shirt earlier that said, "I stand with immigrants." I stand with immigrants. If we're honest, the majority of this room, if not everybody, could trace back in time to some point to immigration being the reason they're here. And the United States of America, I believe, is one of the greatest nations on the planet that has ever existed because, in a large part, to immigration. So I stand with immigrants also. But this isn't about fear. Those who obey the law have nothing to fear here. And we are talking about individuals, most of which, as we have seen from the statistics, are repeat offenders. So I'm asking you to continue this program in Tarrant County for the protection of our citizens and to place their protection, their safety first, not only in our county, but in our community and our homes. So I am very much in favor. Thank you.
Next is Jennifer Schultz. And if you wouldn't mind, I forgot to say name and address so that I'll have that in the record.
My name is Jennifer Schultes. I live at 2507 Boston Avenue over on the east side of Fort Worth. I'm an IT and marketing professional and have been working with the N287G campaign. 2 points. I'm also a voter registrar, and with the thinking about a climate of fear that is created, I have repeatedly had young people who are eligible to vote say they don't want to because they're scared, because they don't want to be part of the system. They don't want to put their family at risk. As someone with white skin who has voted in every election I can, there's nothing I can say about that except that I'm terribly sorry, and that's horrible that someone would feel that they cannot register to vote, because they're not going to be supported by their community. The reason I got involved in this campaign specifically is that there are undocumented folks in my neighborhood who have had my back and helped me out in some really bad situations, and this is what I can do to thank them, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
James Ashby.
Judge and Commissioners, James Ashby, 604 West Harwood Road in Euless, Texas. Live in Commissioner Court Precinct 3. And I just feel strongly that we are a nation of laws. The program has been effective statistically, and it's hard to argue otherwise and be honest. That particularly in the case of the county drunken driving incidents of death has decreased significantly, and I believe there's a statistical correlation. I strongly encourage renewal of the 287G program. Thank you.
Thank you. Shelley Rayburn.
I think she left.
You think she left?
We know she left.
We know she left. Okay. Thank you. Cassandra Alvarez. Again, if my pronunciation, there you go. Welcome. You may want to pull that mic down a little bit.
Hello, my name is Cassandra Alvarez. I am 13 years old and the middle child of 5 children. Both my parents and my two oldest sisters are immigrants from Mexico. If my family got deported, I won't be able to support my brother and sister both financially and emotionally. I'm terrified of my family getting deported, all 4 of them. You see, I'm only 13 with an 11-year-old brother and 9-year-old sister. I cannot get a job. I'm too young. We'd practically be homeless. On top of that, my mental illnesses will worsen. My parents drive us to school, feed us, and work very hard. My sisters also feed us and drive us to places. They all make sure we're all right. It really hurt us to see them if they'd get deported. That's one of the last things I'd like to happen. I'm scared of them leaving. Losing a family member due to immigration and the 287G program is truly devastating. I would hate for that to happen to anyone. Please remember that not all immigrants are criminals. Some came here for a better life, including my family. Vote no on renewing 287G. Thank you.
Thank you for being here today. Norma Garcia Lopez.
Hello, Judge, Commissioners. My name is Norma Garcia Lopez. I reside 5350 Fossil Creek Boulevard. I reside in Precinct 4. My family was raised in Precinct 1 in Forest Hill. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak that I oppose 287G. Do you realize that there's such thing as race stress trauma? And that's what 287G has provoked in this community. The racial tension, the immigrant hateful rhetoric that's imposed in our communities is real. I deal with suicide survivors. I deal with mental illness affecting our community. I'm on call 24/7. I assist my community in stress-related incidents where emotional trauma is being imposed in our children. Children are being affected by having their parents, fearing that their parents are going to be deported. And so that's a problem. Because it is affecting us and affecting the children in the school. The children are growing up in a society, in a community where Tarrant County prides themselves as being a family-oriented community. We are the largest county in the state of Texas with 287G. We prayed before we started this court. Yes, that's good that we have prayer and that we have Christian beliefs, but let's also put that into our community and not dehumanize the immigrant community. You stand with immigrants, really? You do? Well, then stand with them entirely. Let's not be hypocrites about standing with immigrants when we are imposing policies, voluntary policies that should be imposed by the federal government, not wasting local resources, our money that is supposed to be taken care of by the federal government. Let's really think about this program, voluntary program, that we don't have to participate. How come before Sheriff Wayburn, Sheriff Anderson didn't post this program since it's been enacted since the Bill Clinton administration? Let's think about that. So we have a voluntary program that dehumanizes our immigrant community, and yes, there is fear in the community. People do not want to call the police when they are fearing they need to call the police for their safety reasons. So let's really think about it. And the numbers really don't add up. We haven't thought about the JPS healthcare system and our juvenile detention center. So those two areas are still are affected by 287G as well. So I oppose 287G, and if you stand with immigrants, do it. Don't be a hypocrite about it.
Guillermo Gomez. I will set aside Guillermo and see if by chance they come from there. The next one is Jalen Castro. Wait a minute. He's coming? Okay. Welcome.
Good morning or afternoon. I'm not sure how long we've been here. But my name is Guillermo Gomez, 3102 North Nichols Street, Precinct 4. I wanted to talk about the stated goal of 287G, which is making the county safer, which I don't believe is the case. There's numerous studies that show that the crime and immigration are not correlated. And as we've heard before, we don't really have those numbers to show that with 287G enforcement, there has been any impact on crime. In fact, before 287G, from 2014 to 2016, which are the publicly available reports from the county, it shows that crime has decreased consistently. In 2014, it decreased by 7.49% index crime. 2015, 4.13%. 2016, 5%. So why, after these 3 years of successive decreases in crime, did we adopt 287G the next year? And we don't have any proof of showing that it's had any impact on crime from then. The only thing that we can see, and I try to get you all this sheet. I don't know if you all have it. Yes, okay, great. So this is information from the Texas Commission on Jail Standards reports. It's all compiled. The county has to submit a report every month. So I compiled it all, and I can share the individual reports with you all if you needed to. But the only thing that we have to show for 287G is that there's been an increase in detainers, right? 2014, 2,451 detainers. 2016, a similar number, 2,450. 2017, when the 287G was adopted, we see an increase to 3,727. 2018, 4,131. So there is an increase in people being detained, but no proof that it's actually reducing crime. And then We have numerous costs associated with it that is also on the page. I totaled up on column D, total dollar cost per month. Highlighted is the year total. So we started off in 2015 was about $2 million. 2016, roughly the same number. 2017, when 287G was adopted, $3 million. 2018, $4 million. If you don't look at these costs and think about the detainer, right, after they've completed their county obligations, the sheriff's office says that ICE picks them up between 12 and 16 hours. That's a day. That's one day that they spend in county jail. So if you look at the number of people who are on a detainer and you multiply it by the number of dollars that it takes to house someone, you see, and this will be my last comment, you see that in 2015 that total was $94,000, 2016 $94,000 again, 2017 it shot up to $149,000, and 2018 $190,000. That's a $100,000 increase from 2016 to 2018. So you see, it is costing money. There's no reimbursement for this. Yes, thank you for your time.
Next is Jalen Castro, followed by Richard Gonzalez. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Jalen Castro. I am a 13-year-old U.S. citizen currently in the 8th grade and the youngest of 3 siblings that are also U.S. citizens. My dad is undocumented, but my mom is finally okay with the residence card after 30 years. 287G affects my family a lot, more specifically my father. If this program is renewed, it means that I will keep worrying every day if my dad will continue to come home after work, which means my family is in a crisis every day. In our family, my dad always drives us and himself around, whether it's work, parties, or grocery shopping. My dad is always at the wheel, driving. I'm scared that one day my dad will be driving and get pulled over for no apparent reason and possibly never come back home because he got deported. Sometimes it's hard to focus in school because I always have a little voice in the back of my head constantly telling me that I may never see my dad again. My dad works very hard to keep us financially stable. He has been head maintenance at the apartments we live in for over 20 years. My dad takes extra jobs after his work hours to make sure we have enough to pay bills and other expenses. My dad sometimes comes home all dirty and tired, and I never hear him complain or fuss or whine about anything. If our family is separated by my dad getting deported, it would honestly kill me inside. Taking him away for a minor infraction, like he has no driver's license or complies with SB4, would be like taking my heart right out of my chest. My dad is a big part of my support system, and taking him out of the equation would be traumatizing for me because I believe that every kid should have a family, especially a dad. Please put yourself in mine and millions of other children's shoes and think about how you would feel if your dad, one of the most important people in your life, was forcibly to leave to another country that he hasn't been in over 20 years. I use that reference of putting yourself in other people's shoes because I think that most of the time when people are making decisions like possibly renewing 287G, they don't think about the children and how to make them feel or how it'll affect families. They just care that they get rid of these criminals, when in reality, these undocumented people like my dad came to escape war or poverty. It isn't fair to call my dad a criminal because he is not. My dad follows all laws and is a good person. I really hope that you will understand my pain of having to live in this type of fear. Taking my dad away would increase my depression, making me more suicidal. Please do not let 287G renew because thousands of kids in Tarrant County would be affected severely. Thank you for your time.
Richard, followed by Divya Barbola. Richard.
Judge Clinton Whitley, County Commissioners, thank you for this opportunity to speak before you about this 287G program. First of all, I want to say that I understand that the role of government, one of the principal roles of government is to ensure safety of its citizens. And I want to commend you for that effort. I also want to commend the Sheriff's Department for taking their role as seriously as possible. But what I have seen is really a demonstration of not living up to the expectations of our citizenry for professional behavior, professional program management. I've had the opportunity to listen to the sheriff and mention what he thinks is going on with 287G. I appreciate, Glenn Whitley, your demonstration of the statistics, but these are statistics that were pulled just yesterday for a 2-year program. I have to think back, what happened 2 years ago when you were thinking about implementing 287G? Was this program not vetted? I had the opportunity to read some of the answers to the questions that the county commissioners had given the sheriff to respond to. I was aghast to see how little he really answered it, or the lack of ability to gather the information to answer your questions. How can you, as county commissioners, be expected to make a rational decision when the persons responsible for holding the information respond, "We are not able to give you the complete history over the last 2 years. Our antiquated jail system does not support tracking those statistics." My Lord, this is the Sheriff's Department who has been mandated to ensure that they are following protocol, they are following the legal system, yet consistently through the answers that I saw through this questionnaire, and I appreciate you making this public, I saw obfuscation, incomplete answers, just not really answering the questions. And I have to beg the question, why can't they answer the questions? Because they don't know. And yet you're expected to make a decision on 287G based on rumor, fear, suspicions, accusations, innuendos. I don't see how that's professionalism. I don't see how that's a fair decision-making process is when you don't have the facts. Mr. Whitley, I appreciate the fact that you pull those statistics, but you haven't yet reviewed them, you haven't pored over them. I don't know if all of you have looked at them yet, but I ask that you act as professional as possible, expect the Sheriff's Department to act as professional as possible, and provide you the needed information to make a rational, fair decision. Thank you.
Divya Barbola, followed by Gabrielle Rodriguez. I'm coming anywhere near pronouncing these names correctly.
Close. Good morning, afternoon. Thank you for letting me speak today. I'm here with ISOT of Tarrant to again tell you that we oppose the 287G program. This is an agreement that dangerously implicates Tarrant County in the business of detaining, profiling, and deporting our immigrant family members and our loved ones, as you have heard today multiple times. It suffers from poor oversight, a lack of transparency, which is evident in the intent and the impact of the program, the real impact that is felt by so many residents and hardworking people in Tarrant County. This agreement targets people who are undocumented. Decades of research show that immigrants not only have lower rates of crime, but that undocumented immigrants especially have even lower rates of violent crimes and a statistically negative correlation for property crimes, contrary to the racist criminalization of immigration that is used to justify 287G. Public testimonies from several Tarrant County residents and other studies also reveal how programs like 287G and 287G have compounded fear of law enforcement in immigrant neighborhoods. And this not only affects people with undocumented status, but also mixed status families and people that care about their well-being. It leads to racial profiling, roadblocks to due process, and a discretionary abuse of power, which, from what we have heard many of the commissioners and people in Tarrant County speak about, that's not something that's excusable, discretionary abuse of power. Lastly, 287G affects everybody. It has no place anywhere, especially in a county where 6% of the population is undocumented and 16% are immigrants. And these are growing numbers. You know, the demographic change is happening in Tarrant County, and we are becoming an even more diverse community than we have been before. ICE of Tarrant stands in solidarity with so many other groups, local and national advocacy organizations, religious leaders, and regular concerned community members to call for the termination of 287G. And I will be reading a list of which organizations we have support from, and you'll be able to see that on the letter that has been provided to you as well. The American Civil Liberties Union of Texas, ACLU, Casa del Inmigrante Fort Worth, Cesar Chavez Committee of Tarrant County, Code Pink Greater Dallas, Community Frontline, the Comparative Race and Ethnic Studies Department at TCU, Concerned Citizenry, Dallas Peace and Justice Center, Democratic Socialists of America Fort Worth, Faith in Texas, First Community Church United Church of Christ, Fort Worth Jewish Archives, Human Rights Initiative of North Texas, Hispanic Women's Network of Texas, Immigrant Legal Resource Center, Indivisible Fort Worth, Jolt Texas, Justice for Our Neighbors East Texas, Lindsay Klatskin, Director of Tarrant Churches Together, Mavericks United, Movimiento Cosecha Denton, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People in Arlington, the National Day Labor Organizing Network, North Texas Dream Team, North Texas Young Latino Leaders, Quinton Phillips, Board Secretary and Fort Worth ISD Trustee for District 3, Refugee Immigrant Center for Education and Legal Services, or RAICES, Reverend Dr. Valerie Forsman, Associate Dean for the Admissions and Common Life of Bright Divinity School at TCU.
Your time is
Almost done.
okay.
Okay. Should I stop?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Gabriela Rodriguez, followed by, I believe that's Yangli Raka.
Good morning. My name is Gabriela Rodriguez, and I live at 7458 Queensbury Circle. Prior to the public comments, we heard what appeared to be a convincing argument as to why 287G should still be active in Tarrant County. We were given numbers, we were given statistics, yet we have no idea where these numbers came from. We are under the impression that the Tarrant County Sheriff's Office does not have a jail management system. Without this system, it would be difficult to have an accurate idea of the number of people that go through the facility on certain charges. Sheriff Wayburn's claims that the main type of inmate going through the facility are violent offenders and repeat offenders is an unsubstantiated claim and is nothing more than an opinion. While there is nothing wrong with having an opinion, it becomes problematic when that opinion is used as a credible source to sway the public opinion. In an interview with the Fox Business Network, he said, and I quote, "We know we have cartel family members making decisions in Tarrant County," and he said, and I quote, 7 to 8% of the population is going to be felonious illegal aliens. When the sheriff was asked to produce the records of those who were detained, then released into ICE custody, he said he was unable to give a complete history of the past 2 years, which was when the agreement became active. If you don't have the criminal charges history of these felonious illegal aliens, then how on earth do you come up with these supporting statistics? Since this agreement was introduced to Tarrant County, there has been a lot of speculation from the community as to what it was. The people have questions, and they are in their right to be curious as to what their tax dollars are being spent on. In response to all of these questions and concerns, Sheriff Wayburn has the nerve to respond in annoyance and sarcasm. He refers to the 287G program when he says, "It costs more than that to answer all of these questions. You have no right to feel any kind of way when it comes to the people. When the people of this county want to hold you accountable." From the jump, when this agreement was set in motion, it lacked transparency and accountability, and all of the questions and uncertainty is an outcome of your decisions. When you say that this agreement is keeping Tarrant County safe and you have nothing more than your invalid opinion to support your claim, it compromises the integrity of the entire situation. When people are afraid of reporting crimes due to being criminalized, that is a problem. When an entire community is considered a high-risk target because they are afraid to speak of the injustices that happen to them, that is a problem. 287G is a danger to everyone in Tarrant County, and I ask the court to consider everything and everyone when it comes time to vote on the agreement renewal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Rocco, followed by Deanna Melendez.
Good afternoon. My name is Yaneli Rocha. I'm an attorney at the Refugee and Immigrant Center for Education and Legal Services. Thank you for the opportunity to address the court today. I'm here today to talk about about the fears in our community and how 287G will affect those that are most vulnerable in the population. We have heard a lot of testimonies of how families are in fear because in one family, there might be members that are U.S. citizens. There might be members that have legal status, like legal permanent resident, but there might be one or two members that are undocumented. And when one of those members becomes a victim of a crime, the rest of the family is not going to be encouraged or able to come forward because they're in fear that their family is going to be put in a microscope, that the police is going to come into their home, and then they're going to start asking questions. We know that the intent of this policy is not to persecute those that have not committed crimes, but we don't have any evidence that that's not the case. We don't know, and we cannot know how the interactions go among police officers and families and undocumented people when they're arrested. I have seen in my line of work how hard it is for victims of domestic violence to come forward and denounce their abusers. It is really hard for them to admit that they're being a victim of a crime. And it's even harder for them to come to the police and denounce them. And now, if you're telling them that the police is working with immigration, they might not know how it works. They might not know how the police is implementing this policy. All they know that they're working with ICE. And that's going to stop them from coming forward with their stories and denouncing their abusers. So I'm here to ask you that you consider the long-lasting effects that this policy will have in our community. That is going to create division, and it's going to create a hostile environment between the community and the police forces. And we don't want that. We want our community to be willing and able to cooperate with law enforcement to persecute those that have committed crimes. But policies like this send a clear message, and it's not the message that the sheriff wants to send, that this is to keep our community safe. It's sending a message that there's going to be now a faster way for a person to get deported. So if a victim of a crime has a family member, or even if the perpetrator is a non-documented person, they might not want to denounce them because that person might be the sole supporter of the family. That person is a parent of their children. So just think about the lasting impact that this policy is going to have in our community. We should work together to create a safer and more united community so that we work together to find solutions that allow the inclusion and empowerment of every member of a community, not policies that create separation and division. Thank you.
Thank you. Dina Melendez. And then Nathalie Contreras.
Hi. Thank you for giving us the time today to come and give you our, view of 287G. My name is Deanna Melendez. I am a Mexican Salvadorian American, and I reside in 3117 Ryan Avenue. I am the program coordinator at Raíces in Fort Worth, and my job consists of answering calls from family members who have someone detained in ICE. Which makes me a witness of the undeniable fear that 287G places on this community. These individuals range in status from resident holders to undocumented community members. The following are just a few examples of what I'm talking about. My own father was actually involved in a hit-and-run car accident last week, and he was hesitant to call the police. Even though he is a lawful permanent resident, I had to convince him it was okay, that he had done nothing wrong and that he should call the police. A young gentleman whose car broke down pulled over on the side of the road, and while he was waiting for help was targeted by police enforcement because of the color of his skin. He was questioned about his status and then arrested for no driver's license. Once in jail, he was turned over to ICE officials, though again, he had done nothing wrong. A mother was targeted at Walmart and accused of shoplifting, but when they questioned her, they only seemed concerned with her immigration status. Another example of a person being racially profiled. A hardworking father of 5 who has a 10-year-old daughter who suffers from cerebral palsy was arrested after going to a towing shop where his vehicle was taken after a devastating car accident. Law enforcement arrested him just because ICE wanted him. He did not break the law. He simply skid off the side of the road one night as it was raining. This gentleman is still in ICE custody as the family struggles to gather money to stop his deportation. Like this, I have received countless calls from family members telling us that their family members have served time, paid fines, followed the requirements of probation that the state required, only to be fooled. ICE then shows up at their probation check-ins to arrest these individuals. I am here to speak on behalf of the community that 287G has affected. Undocumented people are scared to go anywhere, including here, to speak up for themselves. Because there is local police present, the police does not have to collaborate with ICE outside of the jail in order to cause fear in the community. The fear is there because the community knows that through 287G, police and ICE are in the community. And that is all they need to know. Oh, excuse me. Police don't, sorry. Police does not have them in mind when they say we're trying to keep the community safe. They go to work not knowing if they'll come back to see their families, but they continue to take the risk in order to survive.
Your time is up.
Okay, this is why I oppose of 287G.
May I ask you one question?
Yes.
The police agencies that arrested the folks in your saying, what city was that?
I would have to look at my notes because I have logs at my office where I keep where these individuals have been arrested and targeted at.
Would you please do that and give me a call back?
Yeah. I wouldn't be able to. We literally have a spreadsheet that we started in February of this year of our call logs of detainees.
Please call me back and let me know who got
Okay, thank you.
Followed by Jessica Ramirez.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me. My name is Natalie. I reside at 6553 Glenview Drive, Commissioner Fix, Precinct 3. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all today in regards to 287G. I am the Senior Legal Assistant at Raices, the Refugee and Immigrant Center for Education and Legal Services. We provide legal services to immigrants and refugees throughout North Texas. In the past 2 years since I began my journey working with Raices, I have been witness to numerous cases of individuals suffering at the hands of the program. As a matter of fact, the majority of my clients are actually children. Children that attend forward schools. These are the same children that walk the halls along with your children and your grandchildren. These are the same individuals, the same population that oftentimes are going home to empty houses after one or both of their parents have been picked up and arrested. Who hears their cries? Who hears their concerns? We do. But about a year ago, around this time, the media rushed to cover families being separated at the border. And as tragic as that situation continues to be, we have family separation here in Tarrant County, alive and well. Programs like 287G continue to place fear in Tarrant County residents and their most vulnerable population. As an immigrant myself, growing up in Fort Worth, I recall the wave of fear that would come over me being in the presence of our very own school resource officer. While my peers would race each other to greet him, I could never shake off those feelings. Even now, as an adult, as a wife, as a contributing tax-paying resident of Tarrant County, that fear is still real. So to the sheriff and to the proponents of 287G, do not tell us our fear does not exist. Do not tell us 287G keeps our community safe. Show us by removing 287G from Tarrant County. And when it's time to vote on 287G, remember my testimony today. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. My name is Jessica Ramirez, and I reside in 2023 Blanding Street. I'm here this morning because I'm a perfect example of what a deportation can do to a family. I didn't prepare anything to speak this morning because I've told my story so many times that I've actually just, now I can tell it just without reading it. My father was deported back in 2013 from the Maricopa County. That's when Arpaio had SB 1070, which is pretty much what 287G is here. I can still remember the last time I saw him, they were getting ready to go on vacation to Arizona, and my dad and my daughter had like the greatest relationship. She was like 5 years old at the time. They would always play together, and he would always switch like the batteries on her little toys. And the day before they left, they had gone to Walmart, and she had gotten a new toy. And I could hear my daughter go to my dad and tell him, "Grandpa, can you put batteries on my toy?" And he told her, "I can't, because we have to go, and I don't have time right now, and I think I'm out of batteries, but when I come back, I'll make sure and put some new ones in there." My father never came back. He was deported. How do you tell your 5-year-old that her grandpa isn't coming back? It was really hard to try to make my niece, nephew, and my daughter understand what had happened, because they just couldn't. We tried to explain it to them, but they just couldn't understand. My dad is a great man. You could ask anybody who knew him, and they would tell you how great he is. I'm a DACA recipient, which means I can leave this country. I have to stay here, and I can go out of the country. So I don't know when or if I'll ever see my parents again. These days I only get to see them through pictures, and they're getting older, and it's really hard for me not to be able to be there for that. So I come to you and I tell you my story just so that you know why people are afraid of this program. 287G does nothing but terrorize our communities. This does nothing but enforce the rhetoric coming from the White House. The sheriff doesn't care about criminals. He just wants to get people deported. I remember I was there one time when he was speaking, and they asked him, "What do you do when somebody you detain has a family?" And he said, "We give them a chance to call their family so they can go home together." I was standing in the back, and that hurt. He said that. So don't come here and tell me that 287G is keeping people safe, because it's not. Please, when you vote on this, consider my testimony. Thank you.
Next is Giovanni Thomas, followed by Arch Mayfield. Giovanni Thoms, followed by Arch Mayfield. Maybe it's Torres.
Giovanni Torres. I want to thank the court for letting us speak today. I know I've been in several meetings with the sheriff, and he really wants to file legislation or advocate for the community, stand with the community, and the Keller City Council wants to stand with the community. They will go and advocate for permanent legislation on immigration. They will not stand here. They will not come up here and say, "We stand with immigrants," because you don't. Because until you begin to speak against the systemic issue in any institution here in Kern County, then you would be standing with us. Then you'll be here advocating to keep families together, to keep crime down. Because just like Judge, you were able to pull out resources in 2 hours yesterday. The sheriff wasn't able to pull that with his antiquated system. So until we begin to stand with the immigrant community. We can't say that we are not racially profiling, and really take a look at everybody's story, because every person of color in here has a story, whether it's racial profiling, whether it's discrimination in the classroom, whether it's discrimination at a banking agency. That's what we have to deal with every day. So pay attention to the people that are affected, not the ones that are in power and just want to speak on certain issue to gain points at the next political election. Thank you.
Arch Mayfield, followed by Charles Hermes.
Good morning, Judge and Court. You got my name perfectly, Judge Whitley. I'm Arch Mayfield, 6140 Avery Drive. My wife, Eddie Lou, and I are here in solidarity asking the Commissioner's Court to not renew 287G. In the 6 years that we've been in Tarrant County, we've gotten deeply invested in this county. I'm a Tarrant County election judge. I'm precinct chair for 1296, Commissioner Brooks' home precinct. My wife and I are both voter registrars. I work in the Writing Center at TCU. My wife is a sub in the Fort Worth ISD School District. We're both on the steering committee for United Fort Worth. I'm an elder, and my wife is a deacon at South Hills Christian Church. Our church is part of Tarrant Churches Together, one of the more than 30, except it sounded more like 40 or 50 area groups and organizations that signed on to the letter asking the Commissioner's Court to not renew 287G. For me, I see my opposition to 287G as a faith imperative. My wife says emphasize the fact that we don't want even $1 of our taxpayer money spent to continue to support 287G in any form in Tarrant County. When you vote, please remember the testimony of a very privileged old white guy. Thank you.
Charles Helms, followed by David Amaya.
I'm Charles Hermes, 7083 Ocala, Grand Prairie, Texas. Last week, I listened to Maria's testimony. Her voice was probably the most powerful, most important one that came to this Commissioner's Court. I listened to her a minute and a half speaking. Sadly, she only got to tell less than half of her story. You see, because I speak English here, I get 3 minutes to speak, but half her time was lost in translation. Now I realize this court, throughout every time we've been here, has been very kind. As a matter of fact, I've been to a bunch of different political meetings. I've never seen an organization as well as you guys are for listening to the voice of the community and giving us our time and being kind that way and being very compassionate that way. I thank you for that. And because of that, I know your intents are good. But that's not where most racism comes from. Where most racism comes from isn't from our intents. It's the impacts of policies we have that we don't realize. It's the way in which things we do, like a 3-minute speaker time, affects a Spanish speaker different than it affects an English speaker. Sadly, my minute and a half is almost up. I would have liked to use the whole 3 minutes, but it seems unfair for me to take that when the people most affected by 287G only get a minute and a half. Thank you.
David, followed by Crystal Maine, I believe.
What is a now good afternoon, may it please the court. My name is David Amaya, and I reside in 5308 Timberwell Circle, which would fall under Commissioner Brooks. I'm having trouble organizing what I have to say because there is so much to discuss that really doesn't fall in a straight line. There are two sides to every story, as you say, and it jumbles everything up. So I'll just go ahead and start with the fact that our legislators make our penal code and our transportation code, and they think about it more than everyone in this room does, and they do not consider working together with ICE as a possible remedy or solution to the issues at hand that Sheriff Wayborn tries to address. So this pretext of making our county safer is really just a political ploy, maybe. Sheriff Wayborn says that we do not prosecute Class C misdemeanors, and that was, Judge Whitley, your biggest concern, that we do not prosecute, or that 287G does not prosecute Class C misdemeanors, but other counties have. They have prosecuted people with traffic citations. How can you be against that but also support the memorandum of agreement that allows that to happen? And without a contract, how can we take Wayborn's word that that will not happen? This gives him that power. There is no contract to guarantee. There is no guarantee. It is all speculative and based on an oral agreement, but that has no room for legal review. So Fort Worth is now the 13th largest city in the country, and it falls in Tarrant County. There is a reason why all the other bigger cities in this country haven't signed this memorandum of agreement, and maybe we should think about why. Is this political? Because a sheriff's job is to prosecute all crimes, regardless of citizenship or not. 287G is not necessary to prosecute those crimes. Thank you.
Thank you. Crystal Maine, followed by Juan Guzman.
My name is Crystal Maine. I live at 9216 Winslow Court in North Richland Hills, and I strongly support immigrants to this country. I have family members who are immigrants to this country, new immigrants, first-generation immigrants to this country. So I strongly support them. However, when people come to this country, they should follow our laws. If they don't follow our laws, they should be removed, and that will help to keep our community safer. I sympathize with these children of their parents. When a person breaks the law and goes to prison, regardless of the law, they're separated from their family. If an immigrant comes here illegally, they take that risk knowing that at some point in the future they may be separated from their family because they broke the law to get here. I sympathize with the children. I'm sorry for the predicament that their parents have put them in, but they've broken the law, and there are consequences to breaking that law. I wish our border were secured properly, and that this were not. If it were secured properly, it wouldn't even be an issue. These people would not be here to begin with. But I'm sorry, these immigrants. I'm nervous, but that I strongly support your continuation of the 287G. I do feel that it prevents repeat offenders from going back out on the street to commit additional crimes. If they want to stay here, follow the law, don't break the law, and you won't end up on a nice hold. Thank you.
Paul Guzman, followed by Luis Castillo.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Judge Whitley. My name is Juana Guzman, and I live in Fort Worth, Texas, 76118. I grew up in Fort Worth and have come to call this my home. Like many immigrants, I pay taxes and contribute greatly to the community without receiving any benefits which you as citizens are eligible to receive. I've been your classmate, your coworker, your neighbor. Growing up, I was surrounded by adults who feared the police. This fear was passed down to me. I never felt safe when I saw a police car. Instead, I felt anxiety and extreme anguish. I knew that the police collaborated with immigration, and that because of that, I could be deported. This collaboration has only increased since I was a child because of 287G. My fear of being deported is still very real. Today, listening to the sheriff saying things like, "It's a myth, no one is afraid to call the police," one term comes to mind: gaslighting. Gaslighting is a form of emotional or psychological manipulation used to confuse or instill doubt in another person to the point that they question their sanity or their reality. The sheriff cannot tell me that I or my community is not afraid of 287G. He cannot tell me that he's only detaining violent people when I have seen otherwise. If he truly cares about the safety of this community, he would listen to us and ask, "Why do you feel that way?" Instead, he turns his back on listening to our experiences, making us feel like we're crazy. I hope that the Commissioner's Court will not turn their back as well, and that instead, that you all listen to our reality. Contrary to what some people may believe or have you believe, being in this country without documentation is not a crime. It is a civil violation. That means that being undocumented is similar to running a red light, a traffic violation. This is not the same thing as killing anyone. Just because the sheriff is unable to understand the difference between killing someone and running a red light does not mean that I or my community should suffer deportation. Just right now, as I sat here waiting for the court to begin, I was minding my own business when I turned next to a lady who was right next to me and smiled. Without knowing why I was here or what I was going to talk about, she stared at me, did not smile back, but instead looked at me with hatred in her eyes and said, "Shame on you." This lady could have been my grandma. I looked at her and thought of her as well, but she looked at me and decided to judge me based on the color of my skin. Without knowing what I was here for, she automatically assumed that I would be speaking against 287G. This is the kind of discrimination that we have to deal with every day. And that is what I ask, that when it's time to vote on 287G, you remember my testimony.
Luis Castillo and then Lori Chambliss.
Good afternoon, esteemed commissioners. My name is Luis Castillo, President of Arlington LULAC Council 22320. I reside in Arlington, Precinct 2. I'd like to share very briefly a quick story about how I've been victimized by all of this. You know, a couple of years ago, I ran for office in Arlington, and one of the most persistent questions that was always asked was, "Where are you from?" And I would ask, "What do you mean, where are you from?" "Well, what country do you come from?" I was born here. My parents were born here. So for the record, my ancestors didn't cross the border crossed them, and I was born here. According to the U.S. Immigration Customs Enforcement website, 28 county sheriff's department in Texas participate in the collaboration with ICE. 28. Not one single police department participates. This is no coincidence. Sheriffs are elected officials. They try to garnish votes. They engage in political tactics to hit the anti-immigrant sentiment in our communities. And the sheriff is no different. When he first ran for office, one of his number one issues was that he was going to deport drug dealers, rapists, and murderers. The fact of the matter is that not all immigrants are drug dealers, murderers, or rapists. Families are being torn apart, and innocent children are suffering from irreparable mental and emotional trauma. The sheriff's presentation did not mention one single word about the human cost associated with that. How do you put a dollar value to that? To dehumanize hard-working families and innocent children for the sake of political posturing and garnishing of votes is the most malicious and sleazy form of politics I've ever seen. Too often we have politicians running for office, and they use the immigrant community as a punching bag to garnish votes. And we need to stop that. And I'm pretty sure that those same people don't want this immigration issue fixed, because as long as it's there, they'll use it to get elected. We're dealing with an issue here that is basically a federal issue that needs to be fixed, and it has come down to our community and dividing our community, polarizing furthermore than we need to. I think that we should focus our resources, our efforts in fixing the broken system and do away with this 287G that just doesn't cut it. Thank you very much.
Maurice Countless, followed by Mendia Whittier.
Hi, I'm Laura Chambliss, 3612 West Seminary, Tarrant County. Following an ICE raid in a workplace in Perth, Texas, some of us went up to try to help. When I was there, I met a man who had been released and saw the unconditional love he has for his autistic son. I can relate. I see the unconditional love that my son has for his son, my grandson, who is also autistic. Both dads want the best for their sons. I met a family with a 3-year-old son diagnosed with leukemia. The dad was at work that day, so he could afford to take his son to Dallas for the treatment for this terminal disease. All but for the grace of God, there go I. I know a young woman whose parents were deported to Mexico. The city block I grew up on, there were 4 houses that belonged to my family: aunts, uncles, cousins, grandparents. I have fond memories because no one has separated us. I want to close with the words from a song with some paraphrasing. From a distance, there is harmony, and it echoes through the land. It's the voice of hope, it's the voice of dreams, and it's the voice of every man. There are no hate speeches, there are no racial profiling, there are no walls, there are no ICE raids. When voting on 287G, I ask you to remember these 3 stories I shared with you today and reflect on how they relate to you and to your loved ones. And know this: in every decision we make, in every action we take, God is watching us. Thank you.
Followed by Iris Garcia.
Hi, Mendia Whittier. I live at 4108 Bel Air Drive South. So we have heard a lot that this program is about safety, but let me tell you something. We cannot believe that Sheriff Wayborn's claim is that it's merely a matter of public safety, because at a meeting of the Race and Culture Task Force, Fort Worth Race and Culture Task Force last year, Sheriff Wayborn was asked how he would handle the dilemma of 11 million undocumented immigrants in the United States, and his answer was that he would deport them all. It just wasn't feasible. Now, if you want to be told by him that that's not true, go back and watch the video of that meeting on the City of Fort Worth archives. So don't tell me that this is simply a fulfillment of his desire to have a safe community. It is his opportunity to fulfill his personal political agenda at the expense of taxpayer dollars. We don't need this program, according to recently retired Fort Worth Assistant Police Chief Daniel Garcia. I have an email dated from February 10th, 2017 that I received through an open records request, in which former Chief Garcia asked Sheriff Wayborn to not adopt the 287G program, and I'd like to share with you some portion of that email. He wrote, "I think we all know that ICE has not asked for assistance with what is clearly their job to do. I know that any time an organization begins to deviate from their main focus and task, they begin to falter in other areas. I ask that you remain open-minded in this area, which could have unintended consequences, such as persons being deported who've been arrested for minor offenses and tearing families apart. I believe your stance on this issue just adds fuel to the fire and is only assisting in creating a very strong anti-Hispanic sentiment in our communities. Identifying undocumented immigrants with violent or serious criminal records, as you well know, is done largely through an automated fingerprint system. There really is no need for your organization or any other law enforcement agency to do anything but let ICE do their own job," end quote. The 287G program is problematic on its own merit. When put in the hands of someone who has indicated a personal agenda of mass deportation, it becomes a tool that weaponizes our criminal justice system and our county resources against the immigrant community. When you vote on the renewal of this program, I am asking you to remember my testimony.
Iris Garcia, followed by Eva Bonilla.
Hello. My name is Iris Garcia. I live in Arlington. My zip code is 76010, and I live in Precinct 2. I'm here representing the ICE Out of Tarrant campaign. We oppose 287G because we believe it negatively affects our communities. Most of what I wanted to say was already said, so I'm not going to repeat myself, but I did want to say that there was no public discussion on 287G prior to its ratification, and we know that the agreement is expiring soon, so we ask that y'all not vote to renew it. We need to protect the people in our communities, whether they're undocumented or not. I'm very fortunate that I'm documented, but that doesn't mean I don't live in fear for my friends and my family. I want everybody to feel safe in the communities that they contribute to. So thank you for your time, and when it's time to vote, please remember our testimonies.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Judge Whitley. My name is Eva Sandoval Bonilla, and I live at 362 Foch Street, Fort Worth, Texas, 76107, under Commissioner Johnson's district. I'm here representing the Hispanic Women's Network of Texas and our state organization. Our state board members asked me to represent them today. The Hispanic Women's Network of Texas is a statewide organization of professional women and leaders who have been advocating for the advancement of women and the prosperity of our Latino community for over 30 years. Our organization is represented and is helping shape Latino communities in all the largest cities of Texas. I'm here to address you as a representative of this great organization and as a fourth-generation Fort Worthian. I live next to a park named after my father, Jesse D. Sandoval, and it was very civic-minded, and that's why the city of Fort Worth named a park for him. 287G is a highly flawed and an ineffective program that Tarrant County does not need and should not be committing valuable local resources, whatever they may be. Harris County realized that 287G program was costing $675,000 in taxpayer dollars per year, and in 2017, Harris County terminated the project, which saved the taxpayers $675,000. And they learned that by canceling this program, they had virtually no effect on the quantity of detainers issued, even without the 10 deputies assisting ICE. I'd like to reiterate this. There was no difference in detainers issued with or without this agreement, essentially nullifying the purpose and need for 287G. With property taxes continuing to rise and stun taxpayers every year, I cannot understand why any fiscally responsible leader would vote to continue this agreement. In addition, Tarrant County should be aware of the potential legal issues participating in this program. A growing number of federal courts' decisions have held a detention of state and local law enforcement agencies by detainer request violations. This violates the Fourth Amendment because it is equivalent to imprisoning individuals in the absence of an arrest warrant supported by probable cause, or holding them in law enforcement custody beyond a reasonable period after they have been cleared for our release by law. In closing, members of Tarrant County Commissioners Court, we urge you to carefully consider the financial burden, legal and safety risks of participation in the 287 program. 287G has no benefit for the community and taxpayers. Thank you.
Felix Alvarado and Mimi Zimmerman. Felix Alvarado. He must not be here. We'll move on now to Mimi Zimmerman.
Thank you, Judge Whitley. I admire that you found a good deal of information on your own about this program, but I am puzzled. How can we maintain a policy when those who implement the policy cannot answer basic questions about it? My name is Mimi Platt Zimmerman, and I, like my friend Juana, am sorry that Sheriff Wayborn did not feel it was important to listen to the people testifying today. I am a student at Bright Divinity School, a clergy's spouse, and a member of ICE out of Tarrant County. I'd like to reiterate my previous request on April 30th to you to please eliminate the 287G program from Tarrant County. I recently moved to Fort Worth from Dallas. I just wanted to pause because I know there's a Dallas-Fort Worth thing going on here.
You're finally seeing it. I'm glad that you saw the light.
I saw the light, but I recently moved from Dallas, and I've been involved in efforts in Dallas to welcome immigrants to the city. I wanted to do the same upon my move to Fort Worth, but was surprised to find that there are no such efforts here. In fact, I realized the opposite was true. In Fort Worth, instead of welcoming immigrants to the city, I would be spending my time trying to get unnecessary, unwelcoming policies out of the city. While the collaboration between the Sheriff's Office and ICE claims to enhance the safety and security of communities, in actuality, it promotes the fear that you've been hearing about and distrust in the community. And thus, immigrants to Fort Worth, both documented and undocumented, are less likely to report the crimes from which this policy claims to keep the community safe and secure. Several clergy have agreed to stand with ICE out of Tarrant County against this dangerous program for our city. I'd like to read you a list of Tarrant County clergy who are opposed to this policy and who are standing in solidarity with us in asking the commissioners to please terminate it. Dr. Tim Brewster, Senior Pastor, First United Methodist Church, Fort Worth. Reverend Dr. Valerie Forsman, Associate Dean for Admissions and Common Life, Bright Divinity School. Pastor Charles Foster Johnson, Executive Director, Pastors for Texas Children. Dr. Nancy Ramsey, Bright Divinity School. Reverend Craig Rosehaven, Emeritus, First Jefferson Unitarian Universalist Church. Rabbi Ralph Mecklenburger. Tom Plumley. The Reverend Canon Janet Wagner, Canon to the Ordinary Episcopal Diocese of Fort Worth. Rabbi Brian Zimmerman, Senior Rabbi, Bethel Congregation. Cantor Sherry Allen, Arlington. Father Brendan Murphy, St. Paul's Catholic Church. And you heard Tarrant Churches Together, which represents over 60 churches in Tarrant County. As a student of Bible, but more importantly, as a person of faith, I leave you with two universal biblical imperatives as you determine your next steps on 287G. Genesis 1:27, all human beings are created B'Tselem Elohim, that's Hebrew, in God's image, and deserve to be treated as such. And Leviticus 19:18, the commandment to love your neighbor as yourself. Both of these texts are central to all persons of faith as well as to the founding principles of this country. And they remind us that 287G does not promote humanity or love of neighbor, but rather dehumanizes immigrants who are contributing to the welfare of this county and this country. Am I done?
Go right ahead. if as long as
yeah.
It's not a paragraph, it's a sentence.
Well.
Stop.
Okay, I was just going to say that this is the anniversary of 80 years ago this week when the U.S. refused to allow the St. Louis, a German ship full of 900 refugees from Nazi Germany, some of whom had papers and some did not, to land, and did not accept any of its passengers, sending the ship back to Europe, where several passengers were then murdered in the Holocaust. Just one small sentence.
Thank you. Thank you. Sergio, please come forward. And I apologize for not having called you sooner. Next will be Lon Burnham, former state representative. Is he still here? I also apologize for not calling Lon.
I'll see if I can find Lon for you.
Okay.
All right. Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners, Sheriff, and Madam DA. Good to see everyone this morning. My name is Sergio De Leon, and I live at 4521 Diaz Avenue, Fort Worth, Texas, in Commissioner Precinct 1. And I want you to know that I'm here in my personal capacity today to speak out and against Tarrant County Sheriff Bill Wayburn's 287G program. In my opinion, this program erodes the public trust between minority communities and law enforcement, has contributed to a longer book-in process at the Tarrant County Jail, and serves primarily political interest and not the best interest of all the people of Tarrant County. As a former law enforcement official, I am keenly aware of the many challenges deputies and officers grapple with every day on the job. One of those challenges is building and maintaining positive working relationships between agencies and the communities they represent. Unfortunately, today, our environment is toxic, from the highest office in the land to even our local governments. We have a national administration that has referred to people of Latin descent as animals, drug dealers, and criminals. It appears that the rhetoric in Washington has infiltrated our state and local politics. At the state level, we have to contend with SB 4, the Show Me Your Papers law, and here locally, the 287G program. As you can see, there is good reason for the Hispanic community to feel like we are under attack. Latinos are afraid to speak to anyone in authority, including law enforcement. This 287G program has contributed greatly to the fear, anxiety, and distrust members of the Hispanic community have about law enforcement officials. Now, the goal of government should be to be run efficiently and effectively, and this includes the Tarrant County Jail. Previously, the time to book in an inmate was about 5 to 6 hours, but my friends in the jail tell me that that amount of time has basically doubled. This is attributed to Sheriff Wayburn's 218 program, where once probable cause has been determined, the SO can take someone into custody. Consequently, this increased amount of arrests and bookings in Tarrant County Jail, and simultaneously, the sheriff approved the 287G program. So now you have more inmates to process and a program that needs to be covered. It has also been shared by my friends in the jail that critical jail personnel that are used to process inmates have now been diverted over to cover the 287G program. This has resulted in an increase in booking time for inmates and their subsequent release. My friends, this is an inefficient way to run our jail. As I've mentioned in the past, the 287 program is not about keeping residents safe, but rather political posturing. You have the ability to change the culture here in Tarrant County. Finally, St. Augustine, the theologian and philosopher, said that an unjust law is no law at all. And for centuries, leaders like Henry David Thoreau, Gandhi, Dr. King, Lech Walesa, Mandela have challenged the immorality of laws that were motivated by prejudice or hate. Time and time again, those laws have been overturned and left on the ash heap of history. So the time has come for this body to decide whether it will associate itself with a law motivated by prejudice or with greater purpose like freedom, liberty, and justice for all. I respectfully ask you to vote against renewing the 287G program and restore community confidence in our local government. Thank you.
Lon Burnham, followed by Peggy Borchardt.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Thank you for your attention to all the testimony today, and I particularly thank you for your own questions, Commissioner Brooks and Allen. I thought they were really good and important. I'm Lon Burnham. I have lived for 40 years. My wife and I intentionally moved into a barrio community 40 years ago this year. I am represented by Commissioner Johnson on the court and have been ever since they changed the lines back in like 1991 or whatever. As you probably know, I represented a legislative district here in Central City, Fort Worth for 18 years, and a number of those years I served on a committee that was responsible for law enforcement and public safety at the state level. So the only two things that I have different to present than all this other incredible testimony that you've heard today is the perspective of somebody that's done this at the state level and the perspective of someone who loved and lost an immediate family member to a DWI incident. Every time I hear anything that would suggest it would help lower the deaths due to DWI, I'm really interested in pursuing that. But what I found out at the state level is more often than not, they were unconstitutional, they were illegal, they weren't effective, and I would say the same about this program. Do not make the mistake of thinking that this program addresses the very real issue and problem that we have in this community of people being killed DWI. This is a barely, thinly veiled instance of what I ferreted out in state government for 18 years of institutionalized, legalized racism. There's no other way to cut this. I think it's particularly appropriate that one of the previous speakers talked about the 80th anniversary of returning the ship to Europe. This time 3 years ago, I was in Tucson, Arizona, and participated in a public meeting, both their city council and their equivalent for county government, where they addressed this very issue. And in a community like Tucson, where the economic interests are so intertwined, there was no question in their mind that they didn't want to have anything to do with thinly veiled racist policies that had a negative impact on their economy. And let me tell you, this program has a negative impact on our economy. I spent a lot of time over the last quarter century going door to door in the barrio neighborhoods of Fort Worth, and I know what this kind of policy does, and I know what some of the policies at the state level do to the fear. I cannot speak as eloquently as the many young people that have been here today that have the personal experience. I can speak to the personal experience of political posturing for the sake of appealing to fear, and that's exactly what we've seen on this. I know what needs to be done to reduce death on the road by DWI. This policy is not it. This policy is used to subject people of color to fear. That's all I have to say, other than I'm a member of a number of those organizations that were listed as supporting this. I'm not here representing any of them, but I am on the board of the Cesar Chavez Committee, and I'm really glad that we're part of this effort. Thank you.
Peggy Boshart, followed by Chaplain Rich Stoglin. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'd just like to say our sheriff has 9 children, 7 of which are adopted. Am I correct on that? Anyway, from various countries, I think. Anyway, I'm not a racist. I'm really not. I live in a neighborhood of, well, I'm just kind of above Stop 6. I live in Meadowbrook. So I'm not racist. I walk my neighborhood, and I'm friends with everybody. I think they would say I'm not racist. Anyway, this is not an issue of racism. It's an issue of living by what has made our country great, the rule of law. The uniqueness and success and prosperity and safety of the people of the United States is that we are a nation built on law, not on shifting opinions. Our founders gave us a marvelous Constitution for our protection. We are the freest country in the world. Our founders had a new idea, to have a free people who are self-governing under the Constitution. Our founders knew that this idea of self-government, of self-governing people governing themselves, would not work without a religious, moral, and law-abiding people. They were not free to break the law and do whatever they wanted. They were free to obey the laws without a tyrannical government forcing them to keep the laws, this is for their benefit. This was an experiment. It has never been done before. It was built on the idea that all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit, not guarantee, that is, the pursuit is up to every person, of happiness. I wish we did not have to have 287G. But if people want to be lawless, then we have to put in place laws that will keep those who are law-abiding safe. Our country has had a history since its formation of welcoming immigrants. They are welcome to come here to seek to be part of our experiment in self-government by following the necessary procedures for coming here legally. They are not welcome to demand to be here, just as we don't want someone to demand to live in our homes. We have had some poor immigration laws that were built on a false compassion rather than on wisdom, for reasons which some of us might speculate why we're doing that. Without a border, we have no country. and we lose the very strength of what makes our country the freest country in the world, in which people can pursue life, liberty, and happiness as long as they freely obey the laws which were meant for their safety and happiness. If one chooses not to govern themselves, then they will risk the consequences of their lack of self-government. People are welcome to seek to come to Texas and the United States if they follow the legal process and thus show that they desire to follow our laws and they desire to be self-governing. The 287G program deals with individuals who have been incarcerated for crimes. They have not been self-governing and who are also here illegally. We need to...
Your time is
okay.
up, so go ahead and get to the end of that sentence.
Okay, let's see if there's anything I need to say. Just anyway, I wish we had not... I mean, everybody spoke really long.
Hey.
They did.
No,
so
you
I'm sorry.
Speak here.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. I mean, they did, but I just noticed they did. Okay, I do wish that we did not have to have 287G, but if people want to be lawless, then we have to put in place laws that will keep those who are law-abiding safe. I said that before.
Thank you very much.
Please vote to keep 287G.
We have been very respectful. We're going to continue to be respectful on all sides. Chaplain?
Thank you. To Judge Glenn Whitley and Commissioners of Tarrant County, good afternoon. My name is Chaplain Rich Stoglin. I am a retired Department Head of Religious Services of the U.S. Department of Justice Federal Bureau of Prisons. I am also additionally retired from the United States Naval Services, 28 years and 2 days, and 23 of those years with the United States Marine Corps. I am a disabled vet from Afghanistan. My last uniform assignment was the NATO Command Chaplain of 39 nations, 35,000 people, and as a senior military advisor to a Senior General of the Afghan National Army. 340 days, boots on the ground. I reside in Precinct 2. Why am I here today? There have been previous public comments made to this Commissioner's Court about allowing people from other countries to illegally enter the United States of America, and specifically in this case, into the great state of Texas, Tarrant County, and remain here without any repercussions whatsoever. Should be of equal note that I have been to approximately 40 countries, and none of them have carte blanche illegal immigrant entry points. None of them. So why should this country in this regard be any different? In fact, it is my understanding that Tarrant County Jail has among its current population of illegal immigrants with 405 serious criminal charges pending. These charges range from drugs and narcotics, human trafficking, indecency, sexual assault, funneling of children, and murder. As I was researching data for today's remarks, did it occur to me to review the world's current population countries. I won't read them all, but just let me pick three. China has 1,389,618,778 citizens. Should we let them in? India has 1,311,559,204. How about them? Let's go to Iraq. 40,349,703. Afghanistan, a country that I got injured in. 37,159,374. We swear oaths against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter. And deputy sheriffs take one very similar. And by the way, it says, so help me God. And the oath is for an indeterminate period. We don't blind ourselves for certain laws and open ourselves to defend a few. It is these oaths that I stated. I cannot overlook the fact that as today in this country, current war, we have U.S. military personnel who no one has wept for. We have 4,423 killed and 31,957 wounded in Iraq. Who's weeping for them?
Chaplain?
Yes, sir.
You have 30 seconds.
Good to go. 2,216 killed and 20,057 wounded in Afghanistan. I will conclude by saying this. This is our opportunity, or your opportunity, for these children who've lost not one, but two parents in this war. Who's weeping for them today? Their parents have gave and given the ultimate sacrifice, and they continue to do that. I say stand with 287G. It is for those people who defend this country, both foreign and domestic, and who weeps for them. Thank you.
Maria Robles, followed by Yuan, it looks like Fan. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me the chance to address this court, county commissioners, county judge. My name is Maria Robles, and I am a resident of Arlington, Texas. I believe I'm in County Commissioners Precinct 2. I'm a faithful Christian, a taxpayer, a community organizer, and a mother of 4. I have 3 kids that are in college now. One is going to become a mechanical engineer. Another daughter is studying to become a registered nurse. And another one is majoring in business. I'm your neighbor, I'm your coworker, I am the PTA mom. And I was also undocumented for 30 years. So every time I hear that we need to follow the rules and we need to do it properly, I can tell you that I was in 5 different lines for 30 years, renewing work permits and not qualifying for any of the services that at one point or another, as I went through life, needed, like healthcare. All because as a taxpayer, even though I was here documented with a work permit, I wasn't allowed for it to receive any of those benefits. So I'm here to tell you that we're not all criminals either. And I've been in spaces with the sheriff, and I've been talking with a lot of people trying to figure out how does this program work. And at one of the community, I don't remember the name of the meeting specifically, but it was the community input on how 287G works and ICE. And a handful of the community members that knew about this meeting attended. And I was always wondering, you know, in the Constitution, we've always been told we're innocent until proven guilty, and we have these rights. And so I was asking, I had asked before from the sheriff's office, when a person is charged with the crime, and we've seen throughout the community say, well, we didn't even get to defend or to go to the court because now that person is in ICE custody. And I would say, I don't understand that. The person isn't convicted of it. And so I kept getting the answers back and forth. Oh, from the sheriff's office, that we don't decide that. ICE decides that. And then when we had a meeting with the chief counsel of ICE, he would say, no, the police department and the sheriff's offices, it's through the collaboration that we go ahead and get made aware of these people that are here undocumented. And so at that time, I was able to have both of them there and ask them, and they said that the issue was not the crime. It was the fact that they were there and unlawfully, and that's why we were in their radar, and they would just process the person because they were undocumented, regardless of the crime. And so I'm also here speaking to you as a Faith in Texas member. We have over 30 congregations across the DFW area, and last year we made over 18,000 calls, 14,000 conversations to registered voters with an 81% voting turnout, and I'm asking you to please not renew the contract with 287G. Thank you.
Ewan Pham, and I'm sure I'm mispronouncing that, and John I don't know if it's Euclid or what, but is there many Johns here? Okay, that's it.
Good afternoon. My name is Huyen Pham. I'm a resident of Tarrant County. I live in Precinct 1, Commissioner Brooks's precinct. I'm also a law professor at Texas A&M University. I teach and write in immigration law and have a particular interest in 287G agreements. So I'm here today to talk to you a little bit why I think this program is the wrong policy choice for Tarrant County. I know you've heard over the span of these couple weeks about the harms from the community, racial profiling, concerns about the resulting distrust between law enforcement and the immigration community. its ineffectiveness as a crime-fighting program, and also the costs of the program, right? Not just in training officers, but also in operating the program. And what I'd like to share with you today is I think these very real harms have caused counties, after they've signed 287G agreements, to withdraw from the program. And hopefully you all got, I made a couple of handouts.
Your attachments, we also got that.
Yeah, so as a law professor, there's always charts to show. But so the first one.
I understand.
So the first one I'd want to direct your attention to is list of counties that have terminated 287G agreements on their own initiative since 2015. And this is just this is just a quick list of counties or jurisdictions that have withdrawn from 287G since 2015 on their own, not because their state legislatures made them. But you see it's all across the country. We have Bartow County in Georgia because they had personnel shortages. We had Alamance and Wake County in North Carolina because of the money involved. As well as Mecklenburg County in North Carolina. Others have referred to Harris County's withdrawal. I would also note that in 2017, Fort Bend County in Texas declined the opportunity to join the 287G program, and they publicly cited the $500,000 cost that they would incur in joining this program. I think that when you think about a county that is as diverse and urban as ours, I think the harms that you've heard about are really quite magnified. So the second kind of chart I put together is a list of all the counties that currently have 287G agreements. And if you take a look at the population and the number of Hispanics, you see that Tarrant County is the odd county out. These are generally very small counties with very small Hispanic communities. And just really quickly, if we take Tarrant County out, the average population of the 287G counties in Texas is 124,000 people. Tarrant County, as you all know, we're almost at 2 million people, right? And this is based on 2017 census numbers with a Hispanic community population of 600,000. And one last, I do think you need some clarification from the Sheriff's Department about its participation in secure communities. My understanding is that it is a mandatory information sharing program. It's that automated fingerprint program that you all heard about. So you don't need an agreement. You don't get to join secure communities. You are required to participate. And if the Sheriff's County is sending fingerprints to the FBI, it is also participating in secure communities. Secure communities is, I've heard a lot of concerns about safety, and I think it is a less intrusive, less expensive way for this county to protect public safety. Thank you.
John, followed by Daniel Garcia.
Hello, my name is John Eric Eubanks. I live at 609 Cabral Street. Just a little over a year and a half ago, I stood in a room similar to this with mi abuela as she took a stand against SB 4. My grandmother, Pauline Valenciano, was a civil rights activist who taught me the importance of standing up for what's right. And that is why today I am standing here in front of you and pleading with you to not reinstate 287G. The truth is that no human is illegal. Laws do not dictate morality, right or wrong, because if they did, slavery would not have existed in this country and free enslaved would not have been punishable by law. We should always respect our neighbors regardless of immigration status, ethnicity, religion, or sexual orientation. Unfortunately, history leaves wounds that will never heal, and so we stand in front of you today asking for you to get on the right side of history and show compassion for our diverse Fort Worth communities. If you continue to stand behind 287G, you will be openly supporting racial profiling, demonizing immigrant communities, and lowering the public trust in law enforcement. Not all villains wear masks, but under 287G, they now wear badges. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Garcia, followed by Joanne Condora. Okay, here comes Daniel. Okay.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Daniel Garcia Rodriguez. I reside in 2853 Walton Avenue, Precinct 1. I'm a son of immigrants, and I'm here asking for dignity, respect, and justice for our families, neighbors, and Tarrant County. I come to you, commissioners and judge, who are elected to represent every community member of the county, especially the most vulnerable residents, with a request not to renew the voluntary 287G agreement. My family and friends and I were in complete shock when we found out that Tarrant County decided to enter into a 287G agreement with ICE, making the county the largest county in Texas that has a 287G agreement, a historically problematic and controversial program. Sheriff Wayborn announced mid-January 2017 that he intended to pursue a 287G agreement in ICE to make good of a campaign promise. His argument was that cracking down on undocumented immigrants, and I quote, who commit crimes against our people will lead to reduced crime. Basically using coded language to separate undocumented residents from being part of the Tarrant County community and painting them as another. In part, he tries to say that his position and views is that undocumented immigrants convicted of any crime should be deported. The sheriff's anti-immigrant rhetoric has distinctly drawn a line between his law enforcement body and the immigrant community. He is in fact proud to say that he's separating families and that they don't even have to be separated, that they can all go together. The county will be condoning this hateful rhetoric with the renewal of 287G agreement. Tarrant County should be moving in a welcoming direction by setting out smart local policies, programs, and partnerships that assure all people, regardless of background, heritage, cultural, and immigration status, will be valued and included. As seen in many cases, we believe that the 287G program represents a serious threat to public safety of every resident in Tarrant County. The cost of this agreement is reduced trust and cooperation in immigrant communities, risking public safety, increased victimization and exploitation of undocumented immigrants, large financial cost of immigration enforcement, diverted resources from traditional law enforcement activities, and fear of accessing other municipal services by undocumented immigrants. As stated in the 2015 Tarrant County Criminal Justice Plan, undocumented persons are increased risk of victimization because they are less likely to report crimes against fear of deportation. As the report states, lack of reporting undermines... let me move since I have a little bit of time. On June 6, 2017, a request from the Tarrant County Sheriff's Office for an approval of the agreement of ICE and Immigration and Customs Enforcement with the Commissioner's Court. When the agenda item came up, there was no discussion, there was no debate from members of the court, nor was there any county residents present to address public input on the matter. All members voted to approve the agreement. To us, it was evident that there was an intent to quietly push the agreement and ignore community input. Now that we are present, we're asking for our voices to be listened to and for them not to be ignored. There are currently over 3,000 counties in the U.S. And ICE only has 80 287G agreements in the country. That means only 2% of counties in the U.S. actually have a 287G agreement. So we should start thinking what future we want the county to be a part of. Is it going to be one inclusive, or one that ignores our communities, or that is driven by the hateful rhetoric that's been pushed by our sheriff, Sheriff Wayborn? Thank you.
Joanne Cordora, and then Max Krokmal. Joanna, welcome.
Hello, my name is Joanna Cardosa. I live in Precinct 2. I'm a faith leader with Faith in Texas. I attend First Methodist Church of Arlington, and I want to read the Methodist Social Principle on the social community in regards to rights of immigrants. We recognize, embrace, and affirm all persons, regardless of country of origin, as members of the family of God. We urge the church and society to recognize the gifts, contributions, and struggles of those who are immigrants. We oppose immigration policies that separate family members from each other or that include detention of families with children. I am here today because, I'm not that great at public speaking, but I am here today to provide my testimony of what I have been a witness to in the community in regards to the damage that Sheriff Wayborn's policies have done. Let me tell you how Sheriff Wayborn has helped our community. While he was the chief of police at the Dalworthington Gardens, or Pantego Garden, I can't remember which, he collaborated very closely with ICE. My friend's teenage son was pulled over for a traffic violation while on his way to work. My friend thought that she could just bail him out, but was she ever wrong? What should have been a very easy process turned into a nightmare. Per my previous testimony, that jail worked extra closely with ICE. Her teenage son, whom had been in this country since a young age, was turned over to ICE. She then reached out to me, and through a group of us, we quickly tracked her son down and bailed him out. Through additional and unnecessary legal and financial burdens, he is now a productive member of society. This spring season was very busy for my daughter and our family as we were getting ready for prom and graduation. I had a friend call me and ask if I could accompany her family to immigration court. A young family member was going through the deportation process. The family member had charges placed on him but was not convicted. And because a good friend tried to help him out by paying his bill, ICE took over and he ended up in a long journey through the deportation process. What should have been a happy time in his life ended up being a nightmare. Charges were finally dropped. He was able to obtain bail, but his life is still in limbo due to the charges that were later dropped. We have children that are missing school because they are having to leave school to help out their parents to pay bills. We cannot continue to allow Sheriff Wayborn to be the judge, jury, and executioner for our community. We must allow residents of our community to go through the proper court system and to be allowed to defend themselves on charges and not be convicted by Sheriff Wayborn. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Max, followed by Emily Ferris.
Hello, it's Max Crockmall. I live at 1509 South Lake Street, 76104 in Precinct 4. I'm a professor, a tenured professor of history at TCU, and I actually have a PhD in history, so I want to talk a little bit about that. It's been invoked a lot tonight. The U.S. is a nation, as you know, that was built in large part by immigrants and by people who were forced to be here. But throughout our history, we've demonized the immigrants who come here to do the work. America is great because of it, and yet we criminalize and propagate narratives of fear about immigrant others. And this has happened over and over again throughout our history, despite the fact that we've had open borders for much of that history, right? So it's really not about crime. It's about perceived competition and about cultural difference. 100 years ago in this very town, the Ku Klux Klan marched. It was prominent. Many of the members of the Chambers of Commerce were also Klansmen. That's a part of our history that we are now ashamed of, and we should be. And I think we're at a crossroads now, right, where we can choose to do the right thing or we can choose to be remembered by history for doing the wrong thing. As Mimi was saying before, 80 years ago, the United States had an opportunity to accept refugees from Germany, Jews. They did not do so. So even sitting idly by is not judged well in the eyes of history. Half a century ago, lawmakers looked aside when growers fought hard to continue to bring braceros and undocumented workers from Mexico here to plant our food, build our buildings. And that's something that has continued to contribute to our state and to our city. And yet we continue to propagate fear and to dehumanize the people doing the work. I want to talk about that culture of fear in my last few seconds here. I think the big issue before the court today is not the technicalities of what crimes people committed, but whether that culture of fear that you've heard so eloquently about from so many people is useful for our city and for our economic development. You know, the county really has a special role here, right? You're the largest local government. You get to set the tone. You get to tell local law enforcement agencies how it's going to be in the county jail. And therefore, with 287G, you have an opportunity to reject it and to set that tone and to make the statement that you stand with immigrants, that you feel terrible about that fear. You can make those statements true and have substance. Right? You can set the tone for a county that is, in fact, welcoming. And in fact, doing the opposite makes no sense. Right? If you were trying to welcome business to this city, as you all do, right? You passed a tax abatement today, and you suddenly impose a tax on, say, Facebook for propagating fake news, right? That would be something that would seem unwelcoming to all different business interests, and you wouldn't do something like that. You wouldn't cut off your hand to your face to whatever the expression is, right? So the last thing I'll say is that this is a moral issue that you're facing. It's not political. It's not about right versus left. It's about right versus wrong. And I hope when you come out to vote, you'll remember all of the courageous testimonies that we've heard today.
Emily Ferris, followed by Adriana Pena.
My name is Dr. Emily Ferris, and I live in Precinct 4 with Commissioner Johnson at 4729 Calmont. I'm an associate professor of political science and comparative race and ethnic studies at TCU. Since 2011, I've been studying sheriffs and their politics, including immigration. With co-author at Tulane, we've conducted the first ever national survey of over 500 sheriffs. And as an expert on sheriff politics, let me be the first, perhaps, to say, as a community member, that it's very difficult to get this data and the details from sheriffs. I've spent years, in fact, trying to get the secret sauce and figure out what's going on. I'm happy to consult on the data if you want an expert to do so. But let me tell you what my data shows. I've found that sheriffs vary widely in terms of their roles in immigration. Sheriffs and counties have a choice in how they want to involve themselves in immigration. And involving themselves in immigration, data shows, makes our communities less safe. I spoke to a reporter this morning, in fact, looking at North Carolina sheriffs who have chosen differently, who have realized this and ended their 287G agreements in favor of better community policing. Sheriffs have a huge amount of discretion. We found in our survey that up to a quarter of sheriffs are running the immigration statuses of witnesses to crimes and even victims of crimes. You've heard this discretion here today by the sheriff. How are individuals selected for the immigration status? Who looks like an immigrant? Am I an immigrant? How do you decide who gets arrested for things like resisting arrest, which is a Class A misdemeanor? All you have to do is look online and see that people of color disproportionately bear this cost. These are folks accused of crimes, not yet convicted. Sheriffs have discretion. We have discretion, though, here today about whether or not we want to pay and do the federal government's job in immigration. 287G agreements are designed to extend the reach of the Trump administration by getting localities to do ICE's work at their own expense. The Goldwater Institute found that 287G agreement in Maricopa County led to extra costs for overtime that led to a budget crisis and a budget deficit that required cuts to other essential and vital areas in policing. Numerous studies show the chilling effects of law enforcement and immigration, then the effects it has on community policing, as others have eloquently stated today. 287G agreements lead to racial profiling. They lead to civil rights violations. They lead to isolation of immigrant communities and family separation. That's what the data shows. We do not need Sheriff Wayborn doing the work of the federal government. Please end the 287G agreement in Tarrant County.
Adriana Pena, followed by Julio Orjuta. Yeah, Mike.
Good afternoon. My name is Adriana Piñon. I am the Policy Counsel and Senior Staff Attorney at the ACLU of Texas. I am here testifying on behalf of the ACLU of Texas to urge you not to renew your county's 287G agreement because it harms your community's trust
in law enforcement and ultimately makes your community less safe, and it also negatively impacts your bottom line. Now, we've outlined these harms in detail in a letter that we sent to you last week, a copy of which I have here in case you did not receive it. But I'd like to focus my testimony on the fiscal harms to the county of participating in 287G. First, 287G agreements drain county finances. In addition to personnel expenditures to implement and execute the program, some of which alone have caused sheriffs to back out of the programs, it is expensive to hold someone on a detainer in jail while ICE assumes custody. Now, since its implementation, data shows that detainers have increased, and of course concomitant expenditures will be increasing as well related to these detentions. According to the most recent data from the Texas Commission on Jail Standards, this is just last April, there were 344 inmates on detainers in Tarrant County, spending a total of 7,500 days at a cost to the county of $345,000. Now, this is 1 month alone. So add these months up and the costs quickly escalate. Tarrant can better use its resources to protect its community's needs. And just to be clear, I know there's been a lot of talk about data. My sources are the Texas Commission on Jail Standards and TRAC data, the Transactional Records Access Clearinghouse, which collects detainer data. 287G programs are also exposing counties to costly legal liability. 287G programs can lead to constitutional violations when local law enforcement officials hold an individual beyond the amount of time permitted by an ICE detainer, which is 48 hours, and the county is the one that's that is left liable to pay for these costs. For example, the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department was held liable for violating the Fourth Amendment, for holding people without probable cause, and for detaining them for longer than 48 hours. There have also been numerous settlements. Even an overstay of 6 hours has cost a county $95,000 in settlement costs, 8 hours, $25,000. And to be clear, the Fifth Circuit's decision in El Cenizo does not immunize counties from this liability. That was a facial challenge, and the court merely held that SB 4's ICE detainer mandate was not facially unconstitutional. So these are significant costs, and for the past 2 years, Tarrant County has been footing the bill and risking lawsuit. Please do not continue participation in this program.
Thank you.
Good question.
Julio Arjata, and then I think this is Antonio Saralis.
It's Julio Argueta. We had this conversation before.
You'll have it again if you come back. My name pronunciation
you know what? I'll continue coming until you get it right. Hello, my name is Julio Argueta. I am a TCU student, and my address is 3306 Greenridge. I reside under Commissioner Brooks. And I had a speech prepared and everything, but upon coming here, I have a question for everybody here is, how do we define justice? Because to me, it seems like what we're doing is we're sacrificing the safety of one group of people at the expense of another. Correlation is not causation, and that I keep getting told that as a student of political science. I keep getting told that over and over. And because you detain more people, which I commend you, I genuinely commend you for, repeat offenders, does not mean that we are safer. Today, they had one question to answer: is our community safer? Yes or no? Statistically speaking, he had a 50% chance of saying the right answer, but he said, I don't know. That wasn't one of the choices. And there was only one answer that would have justified continuing this program, and that would have been a yes. Too often, we make decisions at the expense of other people, and I want us all to come here today and reflect on who is really benefiting from 287G. And there's a phrase that he kept using. He kept saying, people slipping through the cracks, but I don't think it's criminals that are slipping through the cracks. I think it's our morals that are slipping through the cracks. And one final comment. I've only been a resident of this country for about 4-ish months now, and for you to say that somebody is a resident alien is a spit in the face to the struggle that it took to get to where we are. So I would politely ask you to refrain from using the term alien because there's a lot of history associated with that really rubs a lot of us the wrong way, the same way that other slurs do. Thank you.
I believe it's Antonio, followed by James Helm.
Antonio Savarese. I'm in Commissioner Allen's district. Congratulations. I heard a lot today about, references to World War II and the boats coming over here, the KKK and the Chinese immigrants that were laboring on the railroads, and that's all. That we should be focused on our problems today. They're not. They weren't the same issues. We have serious problems with crime, a wide open border, which Congress is not dealing with, puts more pressures on the counties. And nobody's taking into account the costs of illegal immigration. There's a difference between illegal immigration and legal immigration. The gentleman that just spoke talked about his struggle here. Is it fair for the people that are coming here illegally, adding more stress to the system that made his journey more difficult? So 287G, from what I heard from Sheriff Rayburn, he did put up some statistics which were backed up by Mr. Whitley, your computer data. It confirms that Class C misdemeanors aren't into play, and that 287G comes into play after somebody is arrested for a serious crime. So this should not be conflated with racism and profiling and all of that. If what triggers 287G is somebody that's brought into the jail after a serious crime. I heard earlier a gentleman was saying, well, other counties are applying 287G to Class C misdemeanors. Well, when you guys enter into contract, you can tweak the contract. You can, I think it was demonstrated by Sheriff Rayburn and Commissioner Whitley that Class C misdemeanors aren't coming into play. Maybe that needs to be reinforced to the community. I'm hearing a lot about people being afraid and fear, and 287G brings fear to the community. I don't think that's the source of the fear. The source of the fear is the misinformation that says if you call as a victim to law enforcement, you face deportation. There are laws on the books right now that protect victims of violent crime from deportation. So I think the county and maybe the sheriff could do a better job at bringing the knowledge against the false narrative that you should be afraid of 287G because thank you, sir. You might be deported. The other thing is, by using this 287G, ICE is coming to the jail while these people are in custody, rather than going into the community. So having ICE chase down people in the community instead of going to jail, that's more dangerous. And as far as the holds after the people are due to be released, maybe that we can adjust the system where we give notice to ICE 2 days before they're due for release. That could help the system too. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. James Helm, followed by Craig Rosehaven.
Commissioner, Judge Whitley, thank you for having me. My name is Reverend James Helm. I am the Faith and Formation Manager with Faith in Texas. I'm not a resident of Tarrant County, but I've had the privilege of working with many of the faith communities, and that is what brings me here today. Now, I am a pastor, so I'm going to talk about theology. In my Christian tradition, in Leviticus 19, it says, "When a foreigner resides among you in your land, do not mistreat them. The foreigner residing among you must be treated as your native born. Love them as yourself, for you were foreigners in Egypt. I am the Lord your God." Now, the wisdom behind this command is that strong communities have the ability to practice justice for everyone in their borders. That every person is created in the image of God and should be treated with every ounce of mercy, grace, wisdom, and fairness that we can muster. In God's eyes, the foreigner and the native born are absolutely no different. Leviticus 19 enshrined that fundamental truth in the laws of Israel. Now, Judge Whitley, I appreciate the data that you showed and your commitment to ensuring that Class C misdemeanors do not lead to deportation. I commend that. But people committing low-level offenses, whether they're Class B or Class A misdemeanors at times, for which I, as a citizen, might only receive a fine and then be given a chance to return to society, to do better, to work harder, to try to do things a new way. I would get to go home, but an immigrant among us might be deported, separated from their family, and have all kinds of havoc wreaked in their lives. I cannot reconcile that system with Leviticus 19 and the many other places in my Christian scriptures that call us to treat immigrants as we treat citizens. Elsewhere in my scriptures, Jesus talks about the day of judgment, and he says that he will call the nations before him and say, "I was a stranger, and you welcomed me." When asked when this was done for him, he says, "Whenever you did it for the least of these." And here's what's interesting about that passage to me as a preacher. He doesn't say when individuals are called in front of his throne. He says when the nations will be brought before him. We're judged not just by how we as individuals view an immigrant or how we treat them, but on how our communities, with all of their systems and structures, both intentionally and unintentionally created, treat them. I pray that God will give you wisdom and courage as you decide whether to renew 287G. It's not just about immigrants, it's about who we are as a people. It takes strength and courage to extend mercy, to say, though you are an immigrant, though you may not have followed our processes to come into this country, we will still extend to you the same justice that we extend to our native born, because we are a people that believe in justice. It takes the same strength and courage that drew Jesus to the cross when he died for us while we were still sinners. Thank you. This community has that God-given strength, I believe. Please do not let your fear guide you. May God guide you, that you may live in his blessing. Thank you.
Craig, and then Doyle Fine, the second.
Good afternoon, Judge Whitley and Commissioners. My name is Craig Rosshaven. I live at 9745 Frio Trail, Fort Worth, Texas, Commissioner Brooks's precinct. I want to start just by commending you for your public service. I'm just in awe of people like you who spend hours diligently going over oftentimes many boring items for the benefit of all of us. So just thank you. We've heard many good arguments, I think, against renewing 287G, which I hope you do not. Heard my colleague who just came before me gave good scriptural references. Matthew 25 is one of my proof texts. So is Micah 6:8. What does the Lord require of you but to do justice and to love mercy and to love your God? But one of the things I want to pay attention to that I don't think has been touched on before is law and order, crime, the victims of crime. And I think of all the crimes that aren't going reported because people are afraid to cooperate with law enforcement. If I see something happening, I call the police without hesitation, without fear. Because it's my community, it's my citizens. I want to do, I support the police. I appreciate the work the police do as well. But I know that many of my neighbors are too afraid to call. And think of all the crimes or potential crimes that aren't being reported as a result. And think of all the people who are victimized because they're afraid to do that. There are communities that people are just so vulnerable. The criminals know they can get away with things because they know people are too afraid to call. One example, or someone who's a contractor who hires people to do work and then doesn't pay them because he knows they're going to be too afraid. The person who hires someone to do a roofing job and pays them a low wage because he knows they won't report him, and they're able to underbid the honest contractors. So these are all consequences of the fear in our system, and I fear that renewing 287G will make our communities less safe. And I urge you not to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol Fine, followed by Pamela Young.
Good afternoon, Judge Whitley and commissioners. I am a third-generation Tarrant County resident. My grandfather, Carl Fine, had a small businessman. He had a produce market on Jones Street back in the 30s during the Depression era. And my father, Dorsey Fine Sr., was awarded a commendation by the Commissioner's Court for 50 years of his service to Tarrant County as a Tarrant County election official. I, too, am an election judge. So I'm just kind of letting you know who I am. My friend Archie talked about being a privileged white man, old guy. Actually, we have nothing here to fear but fear itself in Tarrant County. Once we had political leadership that spoke that truth. And unfortunately, the 287G contributes to the fear in our community, which was acknowledged by the original acting director of ICE, Thomas Holman, by Trump, his original acting director, in testimony to the Congress, said his intent is to create an element of fear in the undocumented immigrant community, and that they should look over their shoulders in fear of being deported. Okay, well, actually, there are other reasons that 287G is detrimental, as Reverend Rosshaven spoke to. Unreported crimes not only affect vulnerable victims in the Hispanic community, but when crime goes unreported, it's also detrimental to the well-being and safety of all residents of Fort Worth. And there are also economic realities as well as the moral dilemma of 287G, because every major contractor, developer, builder in the state of Texas knows full well that it's a fact. Most tradespeople in the building trades in Texas are close to my age. Native-born Americans are not going into the building trades, unfortunately. And so as a result, 50% of the labor force on these projects, on building these huge buildings or homes, are undocumented workers. That's just a fact of life in the state of Texas. So how many developers, they know that reality. And so with this fear factor in the Hispanic community, that could have a detrimental economic impact on us locally. But the moral dilemma is really what is the worst, because are we going to stand with a president's administration who calls asylum seekers and refugees an infestation? Are we going to, I urge my good Republican friends who are of good conscience, who revered Ronald Reagan when he talked about a shining city on a hill and what America represents, and gave us, he advocated for a just, humane, and sensible immigration policy. That I ask my Republican friends to hearken to what America really represents in the world. And I'll be brief and quick at the end here.
Please.
Okay, yes, sir. I'd just like to say that the America that I once swore an oath to protect and defend, that somebody spoke about earlier, serving in the U.S. Navy overseas, is represented around the world, and I found firsthand when I've traveled around the world, by these words. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, and the wretched refuge of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless, the tempest, tossed to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door. I hope to God that Tarrant County can represent the greatest attributes of being an American county, and we're the only county in the state of Texas, of major urban county, that is participating in 287G, as you all know.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah, so actually most sensible sheriffs and police chiefs know that it's actually counterproductive to public safety. So I thank you for your time, gentlemen.
Pamela Young, followed by Daryl Davis.
Hello, my name is Pamela Young. I live at 14221 Hobby Lane, and I am a lifelong resident up until this point of Fort Worth in Precinct 1. I'm a voter registrar and a precinct chair. I'm also a community organizer with United Fort Worth and a leader with Faith in Texas. Thank you for this opportunity to address the court. I'm here to speak in opposition to 287G, the voluntary agreement between ICE and Tarrant County, for reasons that you've already heard, I'm sure, over the past few weeks and in meetings that you've had with other concerned community members. I just simply want to add my voice to that chorus and say, please do not renew this contract. It's too costly, and we can't afford it as a community or as a county. And I'm not only talking about dollars and cents. I'm talking about people. I'm talking about families. I'm talking about children, and I'm talking about trauma. We can't afford more trauma in our communities. We have children who are living in fear that they may never see their parents again. They live in fear that their families will be torn apart at any moment. They go to school and try to participate in learning, but in the back of their minds, they're wondering, will they see their parents again when they get home? That is no way to live. That is no way to be a child. But as long as Tarrant County has this agreement with ICE, that is the type of atmosphere that, quite frankly, each of you are condoning and promoting, and it is simply not right. And as a black woman living in Texas, I know all about living in fear and with a daily sense that my right to liberty is not fully realized. I'm sure by now anyone with access to the internet and social media has seen the threat of deportation being weaponized and used as a racist tactic to intimidate Texas residents at grocery stores, in schools, and in their own neighborhoods. Again, this is no way to live. We can do better than that in Tarrant County. I hope that by now each of you understand that, and that you will use your moral courage to not renew this 287G agreement. I'll close with this passage of scripture from my faith tradition of Christianity. Isaiah 10:1-2. Woe to those who make unjust laws, to those who issue oppressive decrees, to deprive the poor of their rights, and to withhold justice from the oppressed. Please remember my testimony when it's time to vote. Thank you.
Daryl Davis, followed by Marie Howard.
Good afternoon, Your Honor and County Commissioners. My name is Daryl Davis, 9216 Vineyard Lane, Fort Worth, Texas, Precinct 1. I'm the executive pastor of the Inspiring Temple of Praise Church, headmaster of ITOP Christian Academy, as well as an adjunct professor at North Lake College and Eastville College. In my positions as a faith leader, as a local educator, I witnessed firsthand the plight and the misfortunes that many individuals and families experience in our communities of color. In my capacity of not only a faith leader, but a concerned citizen and a lifelong resident of Tarrant County, I stand in solidarity with our immigrant community, calling for the court to discontinue our county's memorandum of agreement of 287G. While there are those here in our county that support ICE in Tarrant County and the deputization of local law enforcement to serve as ICE agents, there are those, such as myself, who believe that 287G has no place in our county. This agreement, which was enacted with no public comment from Tarrant County residents, solely affects the marginalized and disenfranchised segments of our community. Beyond the emotional damage that is inflicted upon our immigrant communities due to this agreement, 287G demonstrates the inequitable practices that many members in our communities of color experience with law enforcement. Tarrant County is a place where everyone should feel safe in the communities in which they live. However, it is difficult and extremely unlikely that all Tarrant County residents feel this way due to policies such as 287G. We in Tarrant County need better relations between our local law enforcement agencies and the communities in which they serve, and that relationship is established through trust, through equity, and through transparency, none of which have been facilitated by 287G. In fact, policies such as 287G erode that basic sense of trust that is necessary for many of our residents to feel safe in the communities in which we live. There will never be harmony and peace in our communities as long as there is fear of law enforcement versus faith in those who have a sworn duty to protect and serve our communities. According to ICE, and I quote, "The goal of the 287G program is to remove undocumented persons who are involved in serious and violent crimes," end quote. However, the studies show that over 50% of all non-citizens identified via the 287G program were arrested for simple traffic violations or low-level misdemeanors. As I've stated many times over the last several months, there has to be a better way. If we are ever to live in a city and a county that we dream of and desire of, it is imperative that you, our elected leaders, lead in times like these. Listen to the overwhelming support of repealing this policy. One of the things our city council is continuously guilty of is ignoring the voices of the electorate. I passionately ask that our commissioners' court not be guilty of the same thing. I ask that you stand up with our immigrant communities, stand up for our marginalized communities, vote in favor of our immigrants, vote to reduce racial profiling, vote to get ICE out of Tarrant County, vote to end the 287G contract. Thank you.
Marie Howard, followed by Marisol Salinas.
Hi. I didn't really come today to speak, but I couldn't let one thing go by without speaking up. Unlike some of the people here today, I have lived in Tarrant County for 31 years. I wasn't born in Texas, but I was born again in Texas, so I'm proud of that. But I cannot let an earlier reference to our police force as being compared to Nazis go by without standing up for them. Our men and women who are the police force of Tarrant County and across this country, they take an oath. They put their lives on the line now, and even more so than ever before as we see police officers getting gunned down in the streets. They do this to defend the citizens of this country. They're doing their duty to uphold the laws of our country. My son is a first responder. He doesn't ask anyone who calls him for help, "Are you a citizen?" He goes to their aid immediately. We just celebrated D-Day, honoring the heroes of World War II. They did not die on foreign soil, so our country could be invaded by individuals who refuse to come to America legally, and once here, refuse to honor our laws. So I'm asking you to vote for 287G, and I would like to thank Sheriff Wayburn for the deputies in this room right now, for our police force who are out there on the streets right now, putting their lives on the line to defend the citizens and all individuals who call and need help. And that's pretty much all I've got to say, so thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Howard. Marisol Salinas, followed by Ruben Salinas. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Marisol Salinas. Marisol Salinas for the Latino community, por la comunidad latina. I became a USA citizen 21 years ago, and I oath to promise to become a USA citizen and to follow the law of the United States of America. Originally, I'm from another country, of course, South America, but I do believe that this country is based on the Constitution of the United States and also the Bible. And I do believe the Ten Commandments should be still and everywhere in the school system is being removed because of lawlessness. We are allowing people who are not following the law in the Constitution, unfortunately. And I ought to be a USA citizen and to follow my allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. I didn't speak English at all when I came to this country. I have learned how to speak English, and I assimilated to the culture of the United States. Why? Because I want to establish in this country there is law, and also by the help of my Heavenly Father that is watching me right now. If I follow the law, I should not be afraid of men or anything who can stop me to do the right thing. So I'm asking you, please, for the sake of many police officers, okay? We were told when we were little that we're supposed to be afraid of the police officers. And I grew up thinking, why should we be afraid if we're not breaking the law? By the way, I learned that when my mother became a lawyer back in my country. She told me, if you don't have nothing to be afraid of, why you should be afraid of the law enforcement? So I learned how to respect the law, how to follow the law, and how to be a good citizen of this nation. And I'm teaching the same thing to my children, and I will do that to my next generation. But this is the United States, the greatest nation. Latinos and Hispanics, we should never be afraid of anything if we're doing the right thing in this country. The laws are established here in the Constitution of the United States. Why? Because we are a nation of laws. And our founding fathers did not die in vain for us to just throw the Constitution out of this place. Okay? So I'm asking you, please, men or women of God, to put on your armor of God and do the justice for this nation for once and for all. Thank you.
Ruben Salinas.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank my wife for her spirited testimony. We are both here in support of 289 or 287G, and we are here to speak to you really what the matter is involving. We've heard a lot of spirited testimony about fear, about being here, wondering if we will call out to the police in time of need. The really issue is about law and order. We are a nation of laws. And many of the immigrants that have come here, just like my wife told you, it's an insult to her who came here legally for people to think that they could just walk into this country and break our laws. I'm sorry, just as previous testimony and those who are opponents who say that no human is illegal, well, you're wrong. And I speak also to the person who called himself a pastor. Well, let's use the Bible as testimony. 1 Peter 2:13, therefore submit yourselves to every ordinance of man for the Lord's sake, whether to the king as supreme or to governors as to those who are sent by him for the punishment of evildoers and for the praise of those who do good. So if you broke the law, then you committed a lawlessness. You broke the law and you committed a sin in that regard. And it's not about the ordinances, is what this scripture said. It also says in scripture, if we want to talk about that there are no borders and that we want to have open borders, really? Well, then what about scripture? Psalms 17, that he brought them to his holy border. God establishes borders. I misplaced my reference here, but basically that's what I'm saying, is that there are borders that are defined by God, and he establishes those borders. If you are here illegally, I'm sorry, just like previous supporters of 287G, like the previous lady said, we're sorry. If your parents brought you here illegally, that's That's a problem, but then you need to address that with your parents and with your nation of origin. If you are not going to come to this nation and follow our laws, why in the first place they say it's because of poverty and because of need. But I question, okay, so if you are leaving your countries because of poverty and because of lawlessness, why do you want to break our laws and bring those same beliefs and cultures to our country to tear it down? And that's the thing that I'm insulted by, and I'm a Hispanic, but I was born here. And I have every one of my family members that fought in every war since World War I through to Iraq, okay, and have served in every branch of our armed forces. So I salute you, Sheriff, and I support our great President Trump for establishing law and order. And if you have to question what justice is, then you really have a problem and don't understand what justice and order is. Thank you.
Okay, this is the last person I show who has asked to speak, Portia Jackson. Maybe the last person to speak was, wait a minute.
All right, my name is Portia Jackson. I'm from District 99. I had no intentions on speaking, but after listening to the people speak today, it made me feel compelled to speak. As a black woman, it pains me to stand here and listen to the promotion of family togetherness in every single community except my own. So for some reason, I have a hard time accepting a reality that you want to force on me versus the reality of me. I've yet to stand in the halls or any meetings filled with elected officials asking my father, who is extremely absent, to come home. But it's okay for black children to go without their fathers, but everyone else can have theirs. A young lady earlier today said that every kid should have a family, especially a dad. But we don't get to have black fathers and black promotion of black fathers in America, but it's important that we promote it in every other community but mine. I have been told today that I am a slave, that I am oppressed, that I have been racially discriminated against, and that I should fear the law enforcement. There is no man that I fear more than my neighbor. I do not fear Sheriff Wayborn. I do not. And I know that the rhetoric that you guys see today in media is that black people are supposed to hate you and you and you, but I don't. And I'm not a coon, I'm not an Uncle Tom, I'm not any of these things. I am a law-abiding citizen in America. I am not against immigration. I am for immigrants. But if you come here illegally and you don't want to do the right things by this country and our Constitution, that is a problem. To race bait and use things like KKK and to try to live off the laurels of my ancestors, something that I never went through. I've never been a slave. I don't know what that feels like. I stand today in solidarity with 287G, and I am not against it. And I'm standing here today so that you guys can see that all of us do not think the same way. Just because I am black, I am not a victim. I do not feel any type of fear, and I do have friends that are Hispanic. I have family members that are Hispanic that have came over here and that have married into my family, and they are now citizens of this country. Thank you all for being here today, and I thank you for everybody else who has spoke today. Thank you.
Okay, I asked this question with a great deal of hesitancy. Is there anybody else out here who filled out the form to speak and I didn't call them? Again, I want to thank everyone who came out today. I want to thank the way you respected everybody else's opportunities to speak and to say what they wanted to say. Mr. Manius, I think this will be on the agenda for next week.
Yes, it will.
I can hardly wait. Thank you again for the way you have conducted the meeting today and the way you have reacted to the meeting. The civil dialogue, I think, has been good. We will go forward during this next week, and then next Tuesday we will bring this item up for a vote. with that, we are going to move to, I think, I'd like for us to try to get through the rest of this agenda pretty quick. Go ahead. Okay. Mr. Manius, you've got a couple items on yours. I started the time. You got 3 minutes.
We're requesting approval under the Administrator's Office of A1, which is the appointment to Tarrant County's designated delegate and first alternate to the 2019 National Association of Counties Conference. The delegate would be Commissioner Fickus. The first alternate would be Commissioner Allen.
Move approval.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion passes almost unanimous. You need to take those two missing. Okay, next item. You did that one in 3 minutes.
The item number 2 is the item we talked about last week, the amended travel and meeting policy. We have addressed the issue that was raised by the court. And working with the auditor's office, the county simply will not pay for first class or business class as it relates to reimbursement without an exception by the county administrator.
Need a motion. Approval of amended policy. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Ms. Tidwell?
We're asking the court to consider receiving and filing the Tarrant County financial statements for the period ended April 2019.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Move to receive and file the personnel agenda. Second.
We have a motion and a second to receive and file the personnel agenda. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. It looks like Jack deserted us. He gone to Omaha?
No, he went to a conference. So he's in training this week. He told me to deliver a message to you.
I know. I don't have to say.
Oh, you already got the message?
No, but go ahead and tell me.
Let's go on. We got to get through this.
Go ahead.
Give me that Jack Beecham funny stuff tonight.
Okay, I'll be back next week. So he'll be out again next week as well. We have 4 items for your consideration this morning. The first item is an award recommendation for RFP number 2019-132, Offender Defendant Paid Ignition Interlock Device Services, awarding to the primary vendor 1A Smart Start and secondary Dagger per contract terms.
Move approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
The second item is also an award recommendation for bid number 2019-157. This is our annual contract for fleet fuel cards and management services, awarding to James River Solutions per unit price.
Move approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
The third item is regarding bid number 2019-166, which is the purchase and installation of directional signage for the resource connection, awarding to Comet Signs in the amount of $31,715.87. If approved, we're also seeking acceptance of the payment bond.
Move approval.
Second.
Does that come out of their fund over there?
Yes, resource connection.
Okay.
Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
The fourth and last item is regarding RFP number 2015-119, Offender Defendant Paid Breath and Alcohol Testing Services. We're requesting the removal of recovery monitoring solutions from the award because their agreement with the manufacturer of the device is being discontinued and they can no longer provide services effective June 22nd.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Are there any appointments today? I need to appoint.
Yes. I have 2.
All right. Start. Go
I'd
ahead.
like to reappoint Steve Townsend to whatever this is.
Building Line Adjustment
Building
Board.
Line Adjustment Board.
Okay.
And I'll pass this out, but I want to appoint. Let me find it here. Natalie, I'm not real sure which one of these I need to reappoint.
Well, while
2
she's coming in
years,
here,
Steve Myers. Yeah, Historical Commission.
you probably need to appoint all 4 of them. No, wait a minute, are all the rest of those yours too?
No, sir.
Okay, well, let's wait for Natalie to get in here for,
I gave you mine, Steve Myers. No? No, those are all mine, all of them. All 4 of them.
and what about this, these 2 2-year appointments down here?
Better wait on Natalie.
Who's Dice and Hill? Okay, while we're waiting on Natalie, you reappointed Steve to the board.
Yes.
I would like to appoint Rebecca Barksdale to the building line adjustment board.
I'm gonna appoint Chandler.
All of these?
You're not gonna appoint nobody?
No, not until I know more about what the building line adjustment board is.
Okay, that'll be fine.
I would appoint Jeanette Martinez to the building line adjustment board.
This is a committee that we appoint to maybe every 5 or 10 or 15 years.
Okay.
And in all likelihood, I'm not saying don't wait.
Sure.
But it may be decided by the time you,
It's similar to a city's board of adjustment.
Okay.
Where if you have a building that maybe is encroaching or the possibility it's within or, exceeds a setback requirement on the front, the back, the side.
Sure.
It could be all kinds of things. It could be a fence in the wrong place.
I'm familiar with the city
So I don't
board
know,
of adjustment.
I don't
Okay.
know
So
what
then,
this issue is.
how often does it meet?
once every 10 years.
Really?
As needed,
Oh.
yeah.
It's an as needed, I mean, literally, we have not had anybody forever.
If I may, the purpose of this, we have an issue in Precinct 1. We do have a building that has been built out in the, what we call the 25-foot setback area, and we'll be meeting as soon as y'all make your appointments for the committee, and we'll be discussing that issue. I'll be glad to do that with you.
Well, so in that case, thank you for the explanation. I'll appoint Jared Jackson.
So we have 5 appointments. I will,
second.
He's going to second that one. So we've got 5 appointments for that one. All those in favor, please vote. Motion's unanimous. Now, talking about historical.
I have 4 reappointments and 2 new appointments. Diane Dice and Harry Max Hill are the new ones. Steve Myers, Wallace Hutchinson, Arthur Weinman, and Richard Sanchez.
Second.
We have motion second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Any more appointments? Court members, you have before you the claims, including the addendum.
Move approval of claims including the addendum.
Second.
We have motion a second to approve the claims, including the addendum. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. We
need to go to.
Russell can come next week.
Russell has left the building.
Well, that's what I said. Russell could come next week. With that, we are going to recess our open meeting, proceed to close, discuss items exempted under section 551, 1071, 072, 074, 076, 087 of the Texas Government Code. Everybody's here.